Lebanon, which Biden is more privy to than Trump is right now because of intelligence.
Yeah.
It'd be smart for Trump to pick an incumbent's brain and not just make it a pro forma meeting. Then he can say to this or I ignored that. But it's a sign of a healthy meeting if that's indeed what Donald Trump did.
Well, and we've heard from this president-elect now on the campaign trail about how we've never been closer to World War III, about nuclear proliferation. I would imagine, I mean, he's not just any person who's become the president. He was president before. So his brain has to have been filled with those daily briefings he got for years. This is
Absolutely.
Somebody who is coming into this job as a known quantity with known information about all these countries. I found that personally a little bit terrifying to hear him talk like that on the campaign trail. And I wonder if there was a lot of discussion about that. I mean, we know there was the Middle East, but about like the dangers around the world.
Well, no question, Trump goes in there with his preconceived notions and ideas because he was the president. But he's had 4 years off. So if I'm Donald Trump, I look at this as, maybe Biden's got something to say. I don't know. Let me find out. And it's a refresher course of some sort. It's a refresher course that you can do with, do without, as you see fit. But might as well ask Biden. I mean, how else could the meeting go 2 hours?
Right.
And I really doubt it was about domestic issues because there's just not a lot Biden and Trump can talk about when it comes to tax policy or health care. They're going to disagree too fast. But when it comes to foreign policy, how to keep America strong, what's the latest in Lebanon, what do you think about, can we get the hostages out? This is where presidents of opposite parties, even presidents who clash, can actually have a productive conversation over foreign policy.
Interesting. Our own Edward Lawrence asked Karine Jean-Pierre if the president apologized to President-elect Trump for calling him a threat. And Karine Jean-Pierre said no, that what President Biden said on the campaign trail about Trump still stands, but that they met to put the American people first, have this smooth transition. Is that complicated, or is that
no?
Is that bygones? We've had the meeting; it's over.
No, I was actually this afternoon meeting with Bruce Blakeman, who's the Nassau County executive in New York, and he said to me that in politics only amateurs hold grudges. And he's right about that. Biden and Trump are two old professionals. And I'd be surprised if either one goes into a meeting like that holding grudges. If they did, it wouldn't be a 2-hour meeting.
Okay. Yeah. Talk to me. We have some other news of the week. Very important. We have a new Republican Senate leader. We know many in MAGA world hoped for a Florida Senator Rick Scott, but it's going to be the man we saw standing next to Mitch McConnell for years, South Dakota Senator John Thune. He said they're united. He's going to represent everyone. Either way, they're in the majority. How important is Thune's tone moving forward here, especially if there's a House majority for the Republicans as well?
Well, more than his tone is his leadership skills. Can he keep the Republicans united for the Trump agenda? What will he do about Senator Susan Collins or Lisa Murkowski, Collins of Maine, Murkowski of Alaska, who are much more moderate? Does he have the ability to keep the caucus together? Can he pick off any Democrats? But his job, Thune's job, as it always is for a majority leader, is to deliver on the president's agenda. That is his role. It is not for the Senate to carve out its own agenda and ask the president to pass it. It's for them to carry Donald Trump's. So that's Thune's task, and I think every Republican senator knows that is the mission ahead. And there may be some tension on the edges as Trump maybe goes too far, asks for too much. I think the nomination of Pete Hegseth as Secretary of Defense and I think that Matt Gaetz has been named as Attorney General. Those hearings will be important. I do think you're going to see the importance of both those nominees living up to it, answering the hard questions, showing that they can win those jobs. And I think both should be able to. But the Senate will test them, and that's the role of the Senate.
Yeah, your thoughts, Ari, on some of the picks. We did get some announcements Wednesday. Tulsi Gabbard, for example, for Director of National Intelligence. The earlier report was Matt Gaetz for Attorney General. Might some of them have a difficult time in Senate confirmation with people like you just named, Susan Collins and Lisa Murkowski?
Yeah, I think especially for Pete Hegseth, who is a great guy. I think if he didn't work for Fox News, the Democrats would not oppose him. If he had been a combat veteran, a major who ran a veterans organization, the Democrats would have said, sounds good to me. But because he works for Fox, they're going to oppose him. But I do think there is a responsibility on Pete's shoulders to show the Senate and show the world that, yes, indeed, he can run a gigantic agency like the Pentagon. So this is an opportunity for Pete to show that. And that is exactly what a nomination process should be, frankly. Same thing for Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz is a lightning rod. A lot of people think he's controversial. I suspect that Speaker Johnson may be glad to see Matt Gaetz get nominated to be Attorney General and have somebody replace him in the House. But the burden is on the nominee, but the nominee should also look at it. This is my opportunity to show that I've got what it takes. And the one theme that Trump has clearly established with everybody he's naming is they're outsiders. They are not part of the Washington status quo. They're going to go into their agencies to shake things up and change Washington. And I think that's going to have a lot of support from the American people.
Yeah, I wanted your thoughts on, I guess, sort of like John Barrasso, Senator Barrasso said, while standing next to John Thune, that on election night we saw the remaking of the Republican Party for the better. How different, Ari, especially based on these picks, is this Republican Party? And what is your sense, I guess, if it is that different, how different will we see? What are the downstream effects of that? What sort of policy priorities are we going to see coming out of the gate because of that?
The Republican Party is no longer the party of country club Republicans. That is now the Democratic Party. The one group Kamala Harris did better with were people who make more than $100,000 a year. They were +5 for Biden in 2020, +8 for Kamala in 2024. The Republican Party is increasingly a working class, blue collar party, increasingly Hispanic, increasingly African American. And the picks are showing that. You know, when you put Pete Hegseth at the Department of Defense, he's going to be there for the enlisted men and women of the military. He's not going to be there for the defense contractors and for a lot of what's in the status quo. And so I think that is the signal that I'm getting from all the appointees he's making. Tulsi Gabbard. I mean, you're talking about people who took on the establishment of their party, outsiders, people who see things different ways. And I think that is the common theme that's connecting Trump to a much more blue-collar, middle-income American people who are fed up with Washington and thinks it doesn't work, as opposed to a Washington status quo, which has really been a lobbyist-run town that is, if you're connected, if you're wealthy, it's a great town. If you're not, it's a town that's out of reach. And that's where Trump is leaning.
One more for you. I want your thoughts on DOGE. There's excitement and criticism, right, about Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy heading up this Department of Government Efficiency. There wasn't a whole lot of talk, Ari, on the campaign trail about our $36 trillion debt. But is this what that's meant to address? Are we going to see spending cuts to tackle that through this, I guess, new agency?
Well, first and foremost, I was hoping it would be pronounced doggy. But I guess it's DOGE. That's what I'm.
There is a doggy that is a mascot of it, so you're not far off.
But you're right. I mean, everybody said that the deficit was an ignored issue. Nobody's paying attention to it, and then voila, here comes this unbelievable sounding commission. The only way you're going to make massive change in Washington like this is through outsiders. There is not anybody, a congressman, a senator, a person who's got Washington experience, who could think like an outsider, think outside the box and get something like this done. Ask any business that went bankrupt what it took to save them, and it took outside thinking. So that's what you're going to have here. It will send shockwaves through the system. But frankly, that's the only way to do it. You're going to have to come out with something that is so big that everybody hates it, that it passes. That's the irony of how to get it done. And I can't think of better people than Ramaswamy and Musk to try to usher something like this through. You talk about picking a fight with the status quo, with the lobbyists, with the people who like the way Washington's been run, the big corporations, all of which actually enjoy the complexity because they can penetrate it with their lobbyists. The average person can't. So that's what this is going to take on. And I can't wait to see what they come out with.
Ari Fleischer, thank you so much for your insight and for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I live in Bloomington, Illinois. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. After working 25 years in the automotive industry, I retired. I started substitute teaching and transitioned into being a bailiff in the court system. Some people say, why should I take Prevagen? I don't have a problem with my memory. Memory loss is not something that occurs overnight. I started noticing subtle lapses in memory. I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. It's helped my memory. It's helped my cognitive qualities. After taking Prevagen for 8 years, I can honestly say it is safe, effective, and it's still helping me tremendously.
In a clinical study, Prevagen was shown to improve memory in subgroups of individuals who were cognitively normal or mildly impaired. Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated in the best hearing aids of 2024 by USA Today, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 500,000 happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Former CIA officer Jason Hansen here. In my line of work, I've seen firsthand how fast the world can change. With rising geopolitical tensions and inflation eating your buying power, it's time to take action. For me, that means gold. And for gold, I exclusively trust Advantage Gold. I urge you to do the same. Call them now at 800-900-8000 for a free gold guide to discover the security that comes with owning precious metals. Again, call 800-900-8000 today.
Paid for by Advantage Gold. Performance may vary. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Always consult your financial and tax professional.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
More than 3,000 Philadelphia voters get their mail-in ballots tossed for filling them out incorrectly. Habitat for Humanity dedicated its first home in Camden to a new homeowner, and authorities are hoping to locate a missing memorial plaque for a fallen Philadelphia police officer.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-580-7766. 800-580-7766. That's 800-580-7766.
November means the holidays are here. Thanksgiving, Christmas, family and workplace gatherings, hosting, going. Need to plan a meal? Simple. Visit your nearest Captain Chucky's location. Remember the always popular delicious Smith Island Jumbo Lump Crab Cake and the Mega Colossal Lightly Breaded Scrumptious Crab Cake. Try their delicious homemade soups. Captain Chucky's has an expansive selection and so many different things to choose from. Locations everywhere. Visit WeLoveCrabCakes.com. That's WeLoveCrabCakes.com. At the shore, visit CaptainChucky'sAtTheShore.com.
So, what's the asking price on this house?
You'd probably be more comfortable living somewhere else.
How long a lease is the landlord looking for?
Well, I'm sure you can afford to live here, but...
What are the schools like in this district?
Yeah, we have twins in the 5th grade.
This neighborhood isn't really for your kids. You know what I mean?
If you're Black, Latino, Asian American, or Middle Eastern, and a real estate agent or rental agent says anything like this, you know what it means. You're being discriminated against. Housing discrimination because of race, color, or national origin is against the law. If you believe you've experienced housing discrimination, contact HUD. Go to HUD.gov/fair housing. That's HUD.gov/fair housing. Fair housing. The law is on your side. A message from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT. Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
President Donald Trump, how are you, sir?
I'm doing good. Your show is great. I've listened to your show many times.
Thank you, Mr.
Many times. You have a hell of an audience, by the way.
We got you, Mr. President. We got your back. People are excited to vote for you. And
if we win Pennsylvania, we win everything.
Rich Zioli, weekday afternoons, 3 to 7. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and on the free Odyssey app.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When I set out to build our firm, it was built for greatness. It was built for you. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. If you or anyone in your family has been injured, call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. Maybe you've heard the variation on the old saying, when the going gets tough, the tough go drinking. But what does the beer business do when its going gets tough? The makers of some of the biggest beer brands in the U.S. say customers are cutting back on their suds consumption. Molson Coors, owner of Coors Light,
Time for a silver bullet.
and Miller Lite,
Less filling. Tastes great. Less filling.
says net sales are now expected to fall a full % for this full year. Molson Coors' sinking sales in the States echo similar tricky trends at Budmaker, Anheuser-Busch InBev, and Heineken. As for how beer companies are dealing with their formerly frothy, now flattening fortunes, some are turning to product diversifying. Sam Adams, owner Boston Beer Company, is investing more heavily in its non-beer brands like Twisted and Sun Cruiser Teas. And Molson Coors has now bought a controlling interest in Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson's energy drink business, Zoa.
That's some serious Big Dwayne energy.
Right back at you.
Andrew O'Day, Bloomberg Radio.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A mixed day on Wall Street Wednesday. The Dow was up 47 and the S&P 500 was up a little more than 1 point, but the NASDAQ was down 51. Shares of Amazon up almost 2.5%, closing at more than $214. That's a record high for the company. Amazon also launched a low-cost online storefront named Haul. It will feature electronics, apparel, and other products priced under $20. It's part of the e-commerce giant's efforts to compete with Temu and Shein. The Consumer Price Index rose 0.2% last month. For the year ending in October, the CPI up 2.6%, actually a little bit of a slight increase. Excluding food and energy, the core CPI on an annual basis, 3.3%. That matched the figure in September. Today, the latest report on the Producer Price Index, and the Walt Disney Company reports earnings today. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
President-elect Trump says he wants major cuts to government agencies and regulations with advice on doing it from what he calls a Department of Government Efficiency, DOGE for short, like the digital currency promoted by tech billionaire Elon Musk. He'll be leading the commission with former pharmaceutical executive and presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy. Then candidate Trump talked about the idea during the campaign. Here's speaking to the Economic Club of New York in September.
I will create a government efficiency commission tasked with conducting a complete financial and performance audit of the entire federal government and making recommendations for drastic reforms. We need to do it. Can't go on the way we are now. And Elon, because he's not very busy, has agreed to head that task force.
Musk at a Trump rally in New York at Madison Square Garden in October.
Your money is being wasted, and the Department of Government Efficiency is going to fix that.
The idea is working with the White House, providing advice and guidance from outside of government.
There has been an incredible run-up in the last 2 or 3 administrations in discretionary spending.
Mitch Daniels is the former governor of Indiana, former Purdue University president, and a director of the U.S. Office of Management and Budget under President George W. Bush, now co-chair of the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget.
Some of it's pretty obvious. The so-called green, slush fund that was created, right there is close to $400 billion, and it's not, a lot of it is not yet spent. So I think there are some major targets. This is a unprecedented, I think, opportunity, and I hope by one means or another it'll be seized.
Do you suppose there's a value in having new eyes, new non-governmental eyes, taking a look at this stuff?
Absolutely. It is so much of what the federal government does is senseless unless you're socialized to its long-standing habits now. I think we can look at this, and maybe the commission will, through 2 or 3 lenses. I think, simply put, much of what government, specifically now the federal government, does, it has no business doing. There's another set of activities that it does, but it legitimately maybe, but it does them so poorly it ought to stop doing them. Think the student loan program, for instance. And then there are a few things it really must do, and it does badly now, and they need to be addressed and reformed. Think defense procurement. And so I think fresh eyes, those are the kind of questions you would ask. I spent more years in business than anywhere else. Those are exactly the questions you would ask on an ongoing basis in business. But the government almost never does. It would be a great object lesson to the country if this group or somebody could find a major activity or two, an entire department maybe, just to stop doing, just to prove that if that can happen and the sky won't fall. And believe me, there's a lot of such changes you could make that would not bring the sky down around our ears. I used to say to people all the time when I was serving in government, you'd be amazed how much government you'd never miss.
Well, for example, there's talk about eliminating or greatly reducing the size of the Department of Education. The money will still need to be spent on schools, but I suppose the idea there is just to get rid of bureaucracy, both for choice reasons and for financial reasons.
It's a very legitimate place to start the discussion. Education, historically at least, was the quintessentially local, state and local responsibility. It still is overwhelmingly. You can make a very good argument that most of what the Department of Education does, I saw it at the K-12 level when I was in elected office. I saw it as a university administrator for 10 years, simply imposes costs on the system without leading to any improvement. Just ask yourself, what about the American educational system is better than it was in the 70s when that department was created?
You wrote this op-ed for WAPO, the Washington Post, a few weeks ago, that you're increasingly concerned about public debt and the value of the dollar. Has Congress and presidents just had their head in the sand for too long? I guess it's an obvious question, but what mistakes were made as we went along? We haven't had a surplus in 25 years or so.
Well, one huge mistake was turning a blind eye to the growth of the safety net programs, which are in danger now. We have to address it specifically on behalf of those who need those programs to avoid destitution. And so each time someone has suggested changes that might strengthen the program long term, they've been slapped down. I hope that some awakening will happen there, but it's not just there. I mean, the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, probably the most misnamed act of legislation we've ever seen, produced inflation and authorized hundreds of billions of dollars for purposes that really are highly suspect. Part of the work of this commission is probably going to be to say to people when the inevitable whining starts, we're not saying that these programs, these expenditures are not nice to do, but we have passed the point fiscally where we can afford to do nice to do things. We have to start zooming in on must-dos and then do them better than we do today.
Yeah, I mean, they call Social Security the third rail of politics every time there's an election, and keep your damn government hands off my Medicare is the joke. But people are living longer. And at some point, you're going to maybe have to gradually, because you can't just say, okay, 64-year-old, you can't cash in next year. You're going to have to do it bit by bit and year by year, maybe extend the retirement age, for example.
I have to make the point that the president-elect says he's not going to go near those programs, and I think that I hope he'll think differently about that over time. The arithmetic's going to force that. But the commission you're discussing here is and should be focused on all the rest of the budget. And although, yes, it is a smaller portion of what we spend than it ever has been, the so-called discretionary programs, it's still an ungodly amount of money, especially after the last several years. And it is really time, not only in the interest of financial and economic health, but just simply in terms of liberating the economy from the dead hand of so much government regulation that is red tape doesn't begin to describe the paralysis that I'll call it compliance-based regulation has placed on the whole system. And finally, in terms of people's confidence in government, showing that there is somewhere a capability to have second thoughts, to modernize, to get rid of, or to stop doing things that have not worked, and liberating maybe some funds to new purposes that are more essential today.
Yeah. You mentioned student loans. Any other ideas on what the federal government is doing that shouldn't be doing, simply because it would be better handled by the private sector or states?
So much of the encumbrances we put on infrastructure building. Look how long it takes us to build anything in this country compared to particularly some of our adversaries. So dismantling many of the obstacles we have placed in the path of not just the private sector, but the public sector, in trying to the states, for instance, in trying to pursue their own missions. Much of that really needs to go. I'll mention one other idea that probably won't, it certainly won't attract the unanimous support. But presidents once had the power of impoundment. It was one of those things changed in the wake of Watergate. It was the ability within certain limits to not spend money just because Congress had authorized it. And I have always thought that now that we're in the fiscal fix we're in, restoring impoundment power or rescission power, the ability to decide that may once have made sense to spend a boatload of money on a certain project, but it no longer does on a certain purpose, might enable some meaningful action to happen in a meaningful time period.
Just to end this on an apocalyptic note, you wrote in that Washington Post op-ed that you think this could be eventually so bad that there needs to be scenarios gamed out for an economic emergency and even civil unrest if the debt gets so bad that we can't meet our obligations and the dollar collapses.
Well, I'm hardly the only person. You can find all sorts of very authoritative people, people more expert than I about global finance and so forth, who are convinced that we've passed the point where we're going to have some sort of very serious reckoning. And all I said in that article was that it's always good practice if a serious event might happen to have a plan ready in advance. That I did it as a routine matter in business, in public life, and in university life. It's just good prudence to have a red book plan drawn up, so you're not making it up on the spot. It is, in my view, more probable than not that we're going to have a crisis of some kind, either an economically driven by the inability to keep our promises in the safety net programs, or worst of all, I hope not, of military and national security nature. And all I said there was, when something is as highly possible as those things are, somebody ought to be planning for it. And if this government had, I think we'd know about it.
Mitch Daniels, co-chair of the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, was a budget director in the George W. Bush administration, governor of Indiana, president of Purdue University, among many other things. Governor Daniels, good to talk to you. Thanks a lot.
You bet.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hello, everyone. For all of you who suffer from calcium oxalate stones, here is some free advice. Tip 1, drink plenty of water. It takes a lot of water to dilute and pass the substances that lead to stones. Tip 2, modify your diet. You'll need to limit sodium, cut your meat.
Tired of difficult lifestyle changes that often don't work? If you suffer from calcium oxalate stones, now there's help. Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector. Add Kidney Cop to your routine as a way to potentially reduce or even stop the formation of calcium oxalate stones. Kidney Cop is a dietary supplement developed by doctors and pharmacists. It's been proven in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. Just take Kidney Cop. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years. When I have customers come in and ask for something for memory, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed I could think more clearly. Memory was so much better. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
In a clinical study, Prevagen was shown to improve memory in subgroups of individuals who were cognitively normal or mildly impaired. Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. You know why I subscribe to Privacy Pro from DuckDuckGo? Because I want to make sure that my searches are private and out of anybody's data profiles. That means the government or any other legal requests, you need to use DuckDuckGo. So they don't track you at all, regardless of what browsing mode you're in. Every time you search on DuckDuckGo, it's actually as if you've never been there before. That's important to me. So they have a 3-in-1 privacy subscription service. It helps protect your personal information from being exploited by hackers, scammers, and privacy-invasive companies. Plus, it's from DuckDuckGo, so you know it's legit. All this for $9.99 a month, and here's an exclusive 7-day free trial at DuckDuckGo.com/1210. Then pay $9.99 a month. Again, the subscription at DuckDuckGo.com/1210, DuckDuckGo.com/1210. Tell Dawn sent you.
Standing at the edge of a rocky shore, you breathe in the cool, salty air, watching the sun disappear on the horizon. Across the globe, someone begins their day along a sandy beach, listening to the rhythm of the crashing waves. You each envision a world beneath the water, vibrant life in every imaginable form. Now, imagine it's all gone. What was once a place of wonder and beauty is now a dull, lifeless wasteland. Food, jobs, medicine, all gifts from the ocean, all gone. Time is running out to protect our oceans, and without our love, everything the oceans provide can and will disappear. It's our choice. Love it or lose it. Help protect our oceans. Visit World Wildlife Fund at wwf.org/love.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. It is a congressional clean sweep.
The Fox News decision desk now projecting Republicans will maintain control of the House.
Fox's Trace Gallagher, Republicans hitting the 218 threshold for the majority after Juan Ciscomani was reelected in Arizona. There are still 9 House races yet to be called. The victory gives the GOP full congressional control after winning the White House and Senate. Senator John Thune selected yesterday as the Senate Majority Leader. President-elect Trump nominating Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz to serve as Attorney General. South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham reacts on Fox's Hannity.
I think Matt Gaetz is very bright. I think he's qualified. He'll have a hearing, and he'll have some tough questions to answer. But to every Republican, please follow a process to give President Trump the ability to pick the people he thinks can do the job.
America's listening to Fox News.
Is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Make it 13 straight wins for the Cavs. They beat the Sixers in Philly 114-106 Wednesday night. The record for wins to start a season is 24 by the 2015-2016 Warriors. Victor Wembanyama hit 8 3-pointers, scored a career-high 50 as the Spurs beat the Wizards 139-130. San Antonio also announced that head coach Greg Popovich, who has missed the team's last 7 games, suffered a mild stroke on November 2nd. The NBA's all-time wins leader is expected to make a full recovery no timetable for his return. First place on the line in the NFC East when the Commanders visit the Eagles tonight on Thursday Night Football. That's your sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Tim McMaster, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
There was always bound to be a time when a coach that can't get his team to stop committing crimes with their vehicles, to where that was going to carry over and he was going to start getting his team to not do things he says on the field to and not play the way he wants to play. He doesn't do enough to curb all of the crimes being committed in Athens by his team. Eventually that runs over to the football field. But I'm not ready to bury this team yet. I think they're going to rise up again. Are they good enough, even if they rise up, to make some hay in the college football playoff if they get there? Are they good enough to rally enough times, to play discipline enough, to play with that edge? And playing with that edge means playing on the edge. Can they get back to that enough to actually be a legitimate national champion threat? Hutton, the more I see of this team, the more I think, no, they're not a national champion threat. I'm Chad Withrow with Hot Mike with Hutton and Withrow on the Fox News Rundown.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
This season, Chevy brings classic pairings, cookies and milk, mistletoe and kisses, and your holiday plans and a new Chevy. Silverado 1500 gives you power and capability with 430 pound-feet of torque to haul your holiday tree. Equinox EV and the all-new Equinox offer award-winning quality and style to see you through the holiday season. See why Chevy makes everything better and brighter. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Their video interview tool makes it easy and effortless to meet with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Being young with unlimited energy to burn. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think you could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
All guys lose their edge when they turn 40. The body has less testosterone. That's why I take Nugenix Total T.
I've heard about Nugenix. That really works?
Since I started taking Nugenix, I'm lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. I feel more energized at work. It's even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try?
Yep, send a text. It's that easy.
Text STREAK to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. It's the #1 selling testosterone boosting brand at GNC and Walmart. Do it now and they'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, their newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text STREAK to 42424. That's STREAK to 42424. These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
By now, you've heard all of our ads. America's largest injury law firm. But what does that really mean for our clients, for you? It means that when you hire us, you don't just get a lawyer, you get a legal army, almost 800 lawyers alone. That army includes an entire legal team, specialist lawyers, investigators, and a 24/7 client satisfaction staff. Just like if you were going into surgery, you wouldn't trust one person to handle the paperwork, the scheduling, the anesthesia, and the surgery. Have you ever seen a surgeon operating alone and without resources? No way. Why would you trust a small firm with your case? Your case is a big deal to us. When it comes to law, size matters. We're America's largest injury law firm, Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-700-6898. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-700-6898. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or biglou.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, it's Black November, and many consumers complain that Black Friday discounts aren't as deep as they used to be. Well, that's not true at National Appliance Warehouse. They've negotiated big discounts directly from manufacturers and are passing them right on to you. It all adds up to the biggest savings event of the year. That makes appliances from National Appliance Warehouse the best bang for your Black Friday buck. You deserve the perfect appliances and to enjoy an unbeatable experience. We're fully staffed with friendly professionals who are dedicated to delivering all of that, all while delivering the Black Friday savings you remember.
Black November starts now at National Appliance Warehouse. Save on GE appliances. Earn up to $3,000 rebate with purchase of select customizable cafe appliance suites. Shop an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
There's a chill in the air. You flip on the heat, and nothing. And why does it always happen right after you've finally gotten cozy? For as little as $13 a month, Oliver will keep your home's heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical systems in check year-round. And guess what? Membership also comes with yearly inspections, exclusive discounts on repairs and replacements, plus priority emergency service.
Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
Got a roofing problem? Don't let it ruin your day.
Emmons Roofing and Siding offers professional roofing services, from repairs to complete lifetime warranted replacements.
And you can trust our experienced team to keep your home safe and secure. And we can even handle insurance claims for you.
Give us a call today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on the web at callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, November 14th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app and, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number to get involved on social media. At 1210 WPHT, I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. On a Thursday morning, we've got our veteran spotlight coming up. And then our Eagles picks tonight. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. It is chilly out there. Actually feels like mid-November.
It really does. Was it 32, 33 degrees? Got in my truck today. I'm like, all right, heated seats, put the gloves on. This is going to suck. Gregory?
Matt Gaetz, huh?
Oh, gee. Matt!
God.
Is it trolling? Is it outside of the box?
Trolling?
Is it a combination of both? Okay. We'll talk about it.
Yeah.
Oh, gee.
Senate secrecy, that's really getting under my skin. We'll get to that in the big take this morning. Because it's one thing if you end up with a guy that you didn't want, but I want to know how we arrived at the guy that I personally did not have at the top of my list. I think you should have to reveal how you voted.
Do you have to, just one more thing on the Attorney General.
Yeah.
Will a makeup artist come with him to paint on his eyebrows?
Well, you know, it's
that would be nice.
Well, Vance is the eyebrow guy. He's got the thick ones.
No, eyeliner guy.
Eyeliner guy, that's right.
Yeah, tell me again about masculinity.
But Vance, that is a nat, because he has blue eyes.
Yeah.
And he has like a thick.
It's a weird combo,
eyelashes.
right? Yeah. Yeah, Gates has like the Dan Aykroyd from Tommy Boy little poof in the front. He looks like Ray Zelinsky from Tommy Boy. He's got that thing going on.
Is he still under investigation? Just curious.
No.
He's
not
not anymore?
No, he was never charged.
Okay. Just curious.
He was never charged. Yeah. He was never officially accused. They looked into a claim.
DOJ investigated him.
And there were never any charges.
Gotcha.
Maybe we should go through. Maybe we should start in this building and just talk about anybody accused of something, not charged. You know what I mean? Like, wouldn't that be a horrible thing if you didn't get a job because you were accused of something and never charged? I'm just saying.
Tulsi Gabbard also got a gig yesterday. Very interesting, by the way, that Gabbard was on a terror watch list, and now she's in control of national intelligence. Fascinating. That's why I threw out the word trolling. Think about it. Matt Gaetz taking over from Merrick Garland after being investigated himself. We'll kick those around. Don Lemon and Joy Reid have called it a day. They said, we're done with social media. We're getting off of X. And Don Lemon actually took it a step further. We'll tell you how self-absorbed this asshat is. That's coming up later in the show. Plus, Bobby Kennedy takes a swipe. As he's trying to get in charge of the HHS, he takes a swipe at Trump's health and diet.
Uh-oh.
Yes, we'll get to that.
McDonald's?
Yeah, it could very well be. What else could it be, actually, right? Plus, the press secretary, which is a very interesting position because we get to see and hear that individual routinely, apparently down to 4 candidates, and I like 3 of the 4. We'll get to that. Cut sheet coming up, our veteran spotlight, and, of course, our Eagles picks today. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news. Round number 1 right out of the gate, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. If you have not headed out the door yet and you didn't hear us in the beginning say, woo, and Nick putting on his, I don't know if Nick sounded like that, actually.
Well, I did, actually.
Did you kind of, woo?
Yeah.
Before you put on your heated seats
I did.
in your Piazza minivan.
Put on my gloves. So I was like, where's my skull cap at? It's too much.
Did you hear what she did there? She said the Piazza minivan, I mean truck. Did you hear what she did there?
Some have tried to argue it's more of an SUV than a truck, but, you know.
Yeah. It rides smoother than a truck.
That's right.
Ridgeline.
It's like an SUV, yeah.
So
that's all right.
Get car sick.
We all can take our swipes. Matt Gaetz is going to take some swipes coming up. We got to have our head on a swivel today, folks. It's game day.
We're feisty. So let's talk about it this morning. There is so much that is developing since we last met. We have, first of all, we have a tragedy here with a dirt bike rider who has died after he collided with a car. This is West Philadelphia, 52nd and Spruce Streets. So the dirt bike rider was trapped beneath the vehicle. They rushed the victim to the hospital and could not save that person's life. The driver of the other vehicle stayed at the scene. No word yet on whether charges will be filed in this case. And I don't have word. I don't believe that this West Philadelphia, this tragic situation, but was this dirt bike rider somebody who was illegal on the roads? I believe that this is an illegal situation on a city street. So a dirt bike rider, this is a tragic outcome of riding these illegal vehicles on the roadways.
Let me ask you, because, and I get everybody has their own little thing. You know, some people like sports cars, some people like trucks, some people enjoy boating, others like to do aviation. What's the fascination with riding a dirt bike in the city?
It's to be rebellious.
Is it?
You know, Dawn says tragic. I say, you know, F around and find out.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean,
stop with the, you know, trying to terrorize civilians on the street with your stupid dirt bikes.
Yeah.
And if you collide with something bigger than you, sorry.
No,
you shouldn't be riding in the first place.
I've driven ATVs before, and they're fun, but, you know,
Off-road.
in a controlled setting.
Yes,
yeah.
off-road.
Right.
Absolutely.
I'm not a motorcycle guy, but I have nothing against people that have a bike. But, you know, I would think it's smart to wear a helmet. Do we know if these dirt bikers wear helmets? Because I would
Not
imagine.
usually.
Of course not.
No?
Of course not.
Okay. I just know they love to wear they love to wear masks and cover their identity up, so I figured they would wear a helmet as well.
They're doing wheelies down the street.
Yeah.
I don't know if this person, I don't know who this person is, if they're underage. I have no idea with this situation. I really don't.
Okay.
That's all the information I have. So I will continue to follow up and get more details for you. We have a 14-year-old charged with starting one of several huge wildfires that spread across New Jersey over the last month. So New Jersey declaring a drought and asking people, it's a drought situation. We've had very little rain over more than 40 days, and they've red flag warnings, all of that. But in this case, this is Evesham Police, and they're saying that back on October 30th, officers responded to a forest fire near Sycamore Avenue. This is near the Berlin Township, right on the border there. And they say that they accuse this 14-year-old of starting a fire that burned at least 52 acres of land. So New Jersey Forest Fire Service, Evesham Fire Department, this was tough to fight. Hundreds of first responders and firefighters, you know, trying to fight this thing. We have no injuries reported, but in that one they discovered that fire, that original one, had been intentionally set, they say, by a teenager. So the teen is 14 years old, started the wildfire, facing serious charges. The question I have is, will this person, you know, will the parents be fined? Because sometimes we see that, where if it's catastrophic, the parents can face fines.
Yeah, is this kid a pyromaniac? What's going on?
Yeah,
That's
so
what I want to know.
So because it's a juvie case, and I don't know if the individual will be charged as an adult or anything of that nature, but they won't give the name or anything like that. But they do point out that you will be charged right now because of the drought in Jersey. I don't know that there's a law on this, but they're putting restrictions on water usage and watering lawns, that sort of thing. So asking you to, you know, be cautious about how much water you use amid the droughts. So a big story, it broke mid-morning yesterday, but it's worth talking about this morning, and that is a losing day in court with District Attorney Larry Krasner. Remember, he had filed that suit against Elon Musk over Musk's $1 million voter, the sweepstakes that Musk was offering $1 million to people in swing states, battleground states like Pennsylvania, $1 million if you signed a petition saying you would support the First and Second Amendments. At this point, the Judge Foglietta, had ruled that, in fact, the prosecutors, the DA's office and the prosecutors did not make their case. They did not show evidence. They did not even make a compelling argument, they said.
Yourself.
So Musk's lawyers had, you know, defended that this was really at the heart of it, core political speech that they were allowed to do. So Judge Foglietta denying Krasner's petition after the hearing last week and saying that Krasner essentially did not even have a case.
Of course not. It was all political. We knew that. And Larry takes the L. I mean, this guy never even goes to court. Now all of a sudden he wants to go to court because it's Elon Musk. I mean, come on.
So Elon Musk was giving out $1 million, you know, per person a day leading up to the election, $1 million there. And now, well, Pennsylvanians will pay at least $1 million, up to their estimates. This will cost all of us here in Pennsylvania, as far as tax dollars, $2 million for a recount, because Senator Bob Casey he did not waive that automatic recount, despite all the lawyers and officials saying there's no way that the incumbent Democrat, Senator Bob Casey Jr., can win this race against his opponent, Republican Senator-elect Bob McCormick, or I should say Dave McCormick.
Yeah. Did you see your boy Guy Shiraki tweeting that Casey's lawyers, some of the substance of this court case, they are actually in court arguing for the following votes to be counted. Number 1, ballots of non-registered voters. 2, unsigned mail-in ballots. 3, mail-in ballots without dates. And number 4, ballots cast in a county where the voter does not live. I would dismiss this right away. All 4 of them.
Yep.
This is your argument? Basically, illegal votes is what you're seeking and searching for?
Yeah, so,
bye-bye.
Okay, sorry.
No. I'm saying bye-bye to these lawyers. Get out of here.
So I don't know if our friend, Linda Kearns is listening. She's still in court, protectthevote.com that we've talked about. And yesterday, right at 10 o'clock, actually, she called in to say they were back in court again for exactly the reasons that you stated. And she broke news at that point because she was saying this, that in Montgomery County, Bucks County, the argument here is that they have decided they want to count votes that should not be counted, that are illegal.
Yeah.
And so now they're within 30,000 votes. At one point, the margin was reportedly 40,000. They still have roughly 80,000 ballots. Some of these are provisionals, but they are expected, to your point, Nick, and what Linda Kearns was saying yesterday, that at the end of the day, they have to look at all of these votes.
Yep.
And then it's going to go to court because the courts have ruled and the courts have been definitive about what the law says.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why this is very costly. The minimum cost, $1 million, and it could be in the millions. And so Linda Kearns have made a plea right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for Senator Casey, I know a longtime incumbent. It's difficult to lose a race, she had said, but in essence, she had made a plea that he knows the outcome. And the argument here is that if you get these texts, and I get them, they are fundraising off of this.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're using this to say, and I keep getting the fundraising texts, I could show them to you, please donate because Bob Casey needs to do this recount. You need to donate money. And so that, in fact, they're using this.
Yeah.
And that is, that's something that's out. They are using that as a fundraising tool to raise money, despite the fact that all the experts are saying that, and they're arguing in court, that this is going nowhere.
Yeah. I mean, I don't care about your party affiliation, Democrat, Republican, whatever. So it's not a partisan thing. But if you can't figure out how to sign your ballot, how to put the correct date down, or even to put a date at all, then you don't deserve to vote. This is not a complicated process. I'm sorry. You should not be involved in other people's lives and decision-making processes if you can't actually look down at your watch, and I know most people don't wear watches anymore, or look down at your smartphone and see, oh, okay, today is October 8th. Let me put the correct date down. If you can't do that, then you don't deserve to be a part of the process. I'm sorry. And we're not voting for the homecoming queen here. Okay?
Are you saying Bob Casey's a homecoming queen?
He might be. You might have to transition to that.
You think about his Senate career, dad, obviously a legacy famous governor here, but Casey Jr., his career spanning 4 presidencies from George W. Bush and obviously through Joe Biden, now outgoing.
Yep.
I know we'll talk about, Nick, we've got the big take coming up and covering everything that was happening, fast breaking, hour by hour, a lot of exciting news with our entire country seemingly engaged in the cabinet picks of a president-elect, which I don't know that we've ever seen that level of awareness or talk as if I do feel like, I'll tell you, like it's an NFL draft.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Damn you, Stenzel, you took the sports analogy from me,
sorry.
right? No, it's fine. Hey, it does, right? Like you're just sitting there waiting for, all right, who's Howie Roseman going to grab in this round? All right, Matt Gaetz in the 5th round. Yep, this guy in the 7th round. Come on down, Tulsi Gabbard. Yeah. Look, a lot of people that were involved over the last 2 to 3 years.
Yeah. So maybe, no matter what your party affiliation, it's a good thing that people are activated and aware and debating all this.
Yeah.
That's probably a good thing, right?
The next step in the process, we did the victory lap last week. Now let's start looking at some of the key players that are going to be a part of this administration.
So we do have, speaking of the NFL, we have a big game coming up tonight. Eagles v. Commanders.
Yeah, baby.
Dun, 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 dun.
Yeah, get your Amazon Prime subscriptions renewed if you haven't already, folks. It's the only way to watch it.
Oh.
What? It'll be on here locally.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, you're right. Yep.
Okay, good.
Channel 6, I guess, maybe. Or 10. I don't know. Who owns Amazon? Is that NBC? I forget. No, Peacock is NBC. It'll be on 3, 6, 9, 12, 20, 29, something like that.
I'm trying to look really fast, and I apologize. I should know that, but I don't know where it'll air because I always just count on one of the 3 males in my household's going to have the game on.
Yeah. Find that remote, click on that app, find that password. What a process.
So Eagles, Commanders, a lot of excitement over that. And then the forecast real quick here because we want to get to the big take, the all-important big take. But it's chilly. Okay, it's 39 degrees, brisk today. The sun will peep out this morning, but this evening we will see some rain. Again, not a measurable amount, but we're not really reaching much more than the low to mid 50s today, depending on where you are. And cloud cover, like I say, rain this evening. So kind of a raw, brisk day for this. You know, it is mid-November. We also had the Christmas tree arrive and the lighting. Now the tree at City Hall will be decorated. So it's starting to feel like the holiday season.
Yeah, jeez.
I know.
I see Christmas decorations up.
Yes.
Yeah, down the hall where the music has already started, apparently. It's like walking past the North Pole.
No, I'm not. I'm not even talking about our sister station. I'm talking about like houses.
Stores? Yeah.
Houses.
Oh, houses.
Yeah. My wife's already floating out the idea of doing the tree pre-Thanksgiving.
Just to get her done?
I don't know.
Well, Thanksgiving's late this year, so
it is.
Yeah.
It's I guess people are taking advantage of it being late and doing it before Thanksgiving.
I guess I typically do the first Saturday in December is usually the way I try to approach it.
I'm with your wife though this year because like this weekend we're in the low 60s and it's going to be sunny. And then what if we finally do get the rain or we get precipitation or freezing cold?
Yeah.
So there's that.
I might cage my wife as well.
He caged me yesterday if you missed it, and the dog,
By the way,
and Carvel's cat.
Can you read that? Can you read that text you got, Nick? You don't have to say who it's from.
Yeah, from our buddy Joe. This was great. So, one of the Zeoli Army listeners is my buddy Joe Snow. He golfs over at Bluebell. He says, "Good show this morning. I was driving in the Philly area early for meetings. I was able to listen to the whole ride in. It would be funny if you do a show from a dog cage. Do it for charity. Tell Stalker to get on this, or do a remote from the SPCA."
I like the idea of putting you in a dog cage in that studio, and
give me a headset. I'll do it like remotely.
All the proceeds go to
I'd do it.
The SPCA.
Yeah.
I think that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Do they make giant dog cages?
I could actually fit in the dog cage that we use for our dog. It's almost like a walk-in. Yeah, it's not. By the way, it's not like he's in like a little 3x3. Like,
it's
like a palace.
Oh,
it's still.
Oh,
it's not a
you think
palace.
He likes it?
It's not a palace.
I give him a blanket and his
He's
stuffy.
not happy.
For those of you that tuned in that didn't hear the show yesterday, first of all, why?
Where were you?
Second of all,
We start at 6 a.m.
Nick said that sometimes when him and his family go out for 10 or 12 hours, they cage the dog for the entire time.
Yeah, probably 4 to 6
Poor
times
doggy.
a year. Yeah.
Mhm.
Send your hate comments in the YouTube. I
and
don't
Craig-
read them anyway.
And Craig, I probably live 15 minutes. Greg and I both said just drop your doggy off to our house. We'll take the doggy.
Jimmy Kelly marked the tape. 8:36 yesterday. It's already been sent to me in my files.
You might not get your dog back.
Yeah, right.
You know.
I'd be fine with that actually.
Yeah.
Well, that is Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn. Thank you very much. 6:18. Let's get to a Thursday Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
And it's brought to you by Wawa Senate and sworn to secrecy. I'm a big believer in saying what you think, meaning what you say, and owning your speech and your actions. I have no problem telling you what I have voted for. In fact, I've told you when this show started almost 3 years ago that prior to being a Trump voter, I grew up in a moderate Democrat family, not really a political family by any stretch. I even voted in 2008 for Barack Obama before becoming a Republican in 2016. But what happened yesterday to Donald Trump and the newly GOP-controlled Senate was the epitome of cowardice. That's right. I think it's cowardice. Yesterday, Republican senators voted to elect John Thune as Senate Majority Leader as he takes over for Mitch McConnell. I wanted it to be Rick Scott, the Republican senator from Florida. He and Donald Trump are aligned in vision and policy. He's a businessman, a former outsider. I'm not shocked, though, nor am I surprised that Scott didn't get the vote. In fact, I gave you the odds on Monday's show, courtesy of Polymarket, that showed Rick Scott was the favorite, but it was only a 52% chance to emerge as the Senate leader. John Thune was at 40%. So he was in no way, shape, or form a long shot. But what I can't stand, nor can many of you, I would assume, is how these votes are done behind closed doors in secrecy. Americans across the country elect these senators into office. We pay their salaries. As their constituents, but ultimately their customers, we deserve transparency. And I'm happy that Trump is back in the White House. Republicans have the Senate. Republicans have maintained the House. SCOTUS has a conservative majority. It doesn't get much better than that. And I get it. You can't have everything you want. I'm not keen of Marco Rubio. I have my doubts of Kristi Noem in the position she was put in. The rest of Trump's picks so far, I am on board with. But this vote of John Thune over Rick Scott just reeks of establishment Republicans who are looking out for their own interests, to play nice with their fellow Democrats, and attempt to slow down Trump's momentum, his vision, and his agenda. And I've been clear about my thoughts on many Republicans in office. I'm not opposed to every single swamp creature. I'm also not in love with every single outsider. I try to judge and evaluate the ones we cover who are in the news and in the spotlight on a case-by-case basis. I've told you before, Carrie Lake, she's a loser, a two-time loser now. Marjorie Taylor Greene makes it all about herself. I like Byron Donalds. I like J.D. Vance. I don't like Ted Cruz or Marco Rubio. I do like Nancy Mace, and I do like Tim Scott. I'm probably unique in those views because usually Republicans are either part of the swamp or only down with the outsiders. It's a blend for me based on personality, voting choices, and whether or not they do the job at hand, or if they make it about themselves. But John Thune seems like a succession plan. Keep in mind, he's Mitch McConnell's number 2. This is the equivalent of the head coach retiring in football and then promoting the unpopular offensive coordinator to fill the vacancy. You look at Trump, he's the new owner of the franchise. I want his guys, not the other person's leftovers. And I know conservatives are probably ticked off about this, and they should be. This feels like the equivalent of potentially having to go from Joe Biden to Kamala Harris. Think about it. Kamala tried to claim that it would be a break from Biden. But when asked if she would change anything she's done over the last 4 years, when asked by Sonny Hostin on The View, she said, no, nothing comes to mind. I hope that's not deja vu with John Thune succeeding Mitch McConnell. MAGA Republicans wanted nothing to do with Kevin McCarthy leading the House, and we want nothing to do with the remains of the Mitch McConnell era. Thune said the following yesterday on television. Listen and watch this.
The United States Senate, and it's a new day in America. The American people have loudly rejected the failed policies of the Biden-Harris-Schumer agenda. And this Republican team is united. We are on one team. We are excited to reclaim the majority and to get to work with our colleagues in the House to enact President Trump's agenda. We have a mandate from the American people, a mandate not only to clean up the mess left by the Biden-Harris-Schumer agenda, but also to deliver on President Trump's priorities. We will make sure that the President and his team have the tools and the support that they need to enforce border security laws and to remove the violent criminals who are wreaking havoc in every one of our states. We will work to make America prosperous again by streamlining the bureaucratic machine and overturning costly Biden-Harris regulations. And we will work to restore American energy dominance. Not just our energy security, but energy dominance, which will lower costs and bolster our national security.
Now, look, I'll give him a chance, but if he fails, I want him ousted, quick, fast, and in a hurry. Why, you might ask? Because his track record indicates what I just played is nothing more than lip service and BS. The Heritage Foundation rated him 62% conservative compared to 95% conservative for Rick Scott. Now, that doesn't disqualify him, in my opinion. His past words, though, are more of a red flag. Here was John Thune a few years ago on Washington Post Live. Listen and watch this.
Donald Trump is the Republican nominee. Would you support him?
Well, I'm hoping, Leanne, to have other options.
I was hoping for other options as well for Senate Majority Leader Rick Scott, for one. But that was when he was on the 117th Congress. We're now up to the 119th edition of Congress. Look, I'm willing to give him a chance. MAGA is in love with J.D. Vance. But after what J.D. Vance said about Trump 8 years ago, things change, right? Trump has also given Marco Rubio a second chance after competing against him in the past. But there's more receipts that Thune is an anti-Trumper. Here's Thune on Trump's social media approach years ago on Fox News. Listen and watch this.
But it's certainly not helpful, and it's not presidential. President needs to stay focused. We got an agenda.
Have you reached out to the White House to express that?
I haven't reached out specifically with this latest tweet, but I think the White House is fully aware of what many of us think in terms of the use of social media, and I think the president, I'd like to see him confine it to talking about the issues that the American people care about in his agenda, which is jobs and the economy and tax reform and infrastructure and health care reform.
We just heard from the White House saying,
Oh, mean tweets. My God, he puts out mean tweets. Stay focused. Sources tell Fox News that no candidate reached a majority yesterday during the first secret ballot in the old Senate chamber on Wednesday morning. Senator Rick Scott from Florida received actually the least amount of votes, and he was knocked out of the race immediately. It was down to then Thune and Cornyn. Some of the other details include each of the candidates that made a final pitch to their fellow Republican senators. That occurred late Tuesday night in a forum held by Senator Mike Lee, Republican for Utah. Joining Thune in leadership are John Barrasso of Wyoming, Tom Cotton of Arkansas, Shelley Moore Capito of West Virginia, James Langford from Oklahoma, and Senator Tim Scott from South Carolina. Now, Rick Scott walked out of the meeting with two new public endorsements from both Lee and Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee, but a source familiar with Fox News told Blackburn that he had multiple questions during the discussion, including, quote, how they would give conservatives a more meaningful voice in the Senate and for specific details as to how they would immediately implement Trump's mass deportation operation. Apparently, Scott's remarks did not do much to impress or sway the members. According to reports and sources, he, quote, focused more on his time as a businessman instead of the priorities for the Senate. So that's an interesting curveball. Now, if true, based on that, then maybe Rick Scott dropped the ball in his presentation and he wasn't convincing enough. If so, that is on him. But Scott had received support from Ted Cruz, Ron Johnson, Bill Hagerty, Tommy Tuberville, Rand Paul, and Marco Rubio. I know we want it all, but you can't always get everything that you want. But let's give him a chance. Let's see if John Thune is like J.D. Vance and he's had an awakening, or if it's more of the same old, and time will tell. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Big Take this morning is brought to you by Wawa. Excuse me, getting a little hoarse here. You may have heard Wawa has pizza, but did you know that Wawa has pizza at a really great price? Right now, get a personal size 14 or 16-inch Wawa for just $6, $8, or $10 because you got to have a Wawa. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on social media at 1210 WPHT. Or, of course, you can let it rip in the YouTube chat. We'll continue with this conversation on John Thune as well as the Trump administration beginning to take shape. Gabbard and Gates, come on down. We'll kick it around when we come back here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, a word from our friends at Piazza Auto Group, and we are talking today about the 2025 Hyundai Tucson, the brand's most popular SUV. Bold new vision has plenty of cargo space while its standard all-wheel drive and great gas mileage keeps you prepared for any adventure. It also protects you and your family members with best-in-class safety. You can visit them today. Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown, just off of Route 422, or Piazza Hyundai of Westchester on Route 202. Online at piazzahyundai.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years.
He was in big trouble.
We're going to take your house, garnish your pay.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm.
I don't owe the IRS anymore. It was because of Optima Tax.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Actual client compensated for sharing their experience. Visit OptimaTaxRelief.com for details.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Listen this Saturday as Penn State battles Purdue. Coverage starts at 3 p.m. on the home of Penn State football. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. See Joe Conklin at Parks Casino with the world-renowned City Rhythm Orchestra for a special Conklin's Comedy Night Christmas show. Thursday nights, December 5th and 19th.
'Twas the night before Christmas, and all through the house there were no presents for Jerry Jones, 'cause he's such a louse.
It's Conklin's Comedy Night Christmas show with City Rhythm at Parks Casino, December 5th and 19th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com! Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. One of the biggest, healthiest sales of the year is back again. Rescue Natural Supplements Black Friday sale is here. Right now, Rescue is slashing prices on every supplement with discounts up to an incredible 80% off. Rescue has a wide variety of products to address your health needs, including immunity and cholesterol support, heart health, and natural energy enhancers. Grab huge savings on omega-3s, probiotics, and a lot more. And one more thing, this Rescue Black Friday sale will run the entire month of November. So shop today at res-q.com. res-q.com, or call a Rescue product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Again, all Rescue supplements are up to 80% off during the entire month of November, so why wait? Shop massive savings on essential supplements right now at res-q.com. Do it today.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to Investor Schooling, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there. Investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
Simplify your banking when you open a First Harvest Credit Union growth checking account that gives you easy access to your money for everyday spending while earning as high as 2.0% annual percentage yield. Visit firstharvestcu.com or your nearest branch to get details and open a growth checking account. And watch your money grow. First Harvest Credit Union, serving the Delaware Valley for over 84 years. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Hey, Dawn here. When it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, in just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without all the hassle. Trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades. Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation at kitchenmagic.com. Kitchenmagic.com. Let's cook up something extraordinary. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Kayal and Company. I know you'll always be at our show because we start at 6 a.m. That's the way it works. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, as we roll on. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Rise of the millennials within the GOP. Very fascinating. Vivek Ramaswamy, 39 years old. Elise Stefanik is 40. J.D. Vance is 40. Matt Gaetz, 42. Tulsi Gabbard, 43. We'll talk about Gabbard and Gaetz coming up in just a couple of minutes. But, Dawn, wanted to get your thoughts yesterday as to the way this vote played out in secrecy as John Thune emerges victorious. Rick Scott, he didn't even make it from the trimming of 3 down to 2. So we did not get what I think a lot of us wanted. I know I wanted Rick Scott just because it seems to me like him and Trump are in harmony together. But I am willing to give a guy like Thune a chance. The same thing with Mike Johnson on the House side. And Mike Johnson, I think, has kind of been, he's been up and down, hit or miss. I would just say Mike Johnson has been meh. Meh, like the kids say on social media, MEH, meh. I don't really have a take one way or the other on Mike Johnson, but did not get what I wanted yesterday. But the bigger issue is these individuals that we put into office and they vote and we don't know how they vote. That is the thing that I think we deserve more and we deserve better of.
Yeah. Okay. So first of all, I think it's notable that when Trump put out any statement, he did not endorse anybody. He actually did not, because I even went back and looked yesterday after the vote. I was like, did he actually come out and say who we all inferred, obviously.
Well, he said Rick Scott's my guy, right, or something like that.
But he then couched. He didn't. I don't know. He didn't come out with what I think is a clear-cut endorsement. I think.
Yes, correct.
Did he want Rick Scott to obviously, win his Senate election? Does he like him? Did he prefer him? Absolutely.
He is called Thune in the past, Mitch's boy and a rhino. So
yeah, but look at the actual statement that he put out. All he really cared about was that whoever gets that majority seat, it was important to him. And reportedly behind the scenes, they all promised this, that essentially they would. Paraphrasing here to not use the technical terms, but they would, in essence, fast track all of the different appointments so that they can get things done, so that the things aren't delayed through these procedures that they have in place.
I
so that was the promise that all three reportedly that they all did promise him that, and then I just felt like Trump he stayed out of it.
Elon Musk, according to the Daily Beast, Elon Musk and Tucker Carlson were the ones that lobbied the hardest against Thune and for Rick Scott. So to your point, there were people out there pushing harder for Rick Scott than specifically Donald Trump, right? And I saw, I was watching a little television last night because, God, man, Tuesday and Wednesday night television is just painful, just absolutely painful.
All right, Grandpa.
It's just, Mondays are great, Thursdays are Friday, Tuesdays and Wednesdays, you might as well just go to bed early.
Is it because there's no sports on?
Yeah, that's right.
The
sir.
sports.
That's right.
My sons, this is so weird, but they what they love? Columbo.
The old detective.
And I thought Nick would love this, actually.
Oh, yeah. My pops was a big Columbo guy.
I'm telling you, things come full circle. When you get so much technology and so much everything at your fingertips, you're like, what's this TV thing? Oh, look at this show from the 1970s. Columbo. Let's watch this.
Columbo.
Yeah.
I'm sitting there watching
Yeah.
Columbo.
Yeah.
By the way, they've done a reboot of Matlock. Have you seen that? CBS is rolling it out with, what's her name? She was Molly Brown in the Titanic. Kathy
Bates.
I was going to say Kathy Barnett.
Kathy Bates.
Kathy Bates, yeah. But anyway, not to get sidetracked and go down a rabbit hole of old television shows, which we could do that when things slow down eventually, but they never do around here. So Byron, I was watching television last night, and Byron Donalds was which, by the way, I'd like to see. There's still other positions within the cabinet, and there's hundreds of jobs. I'd like to see Byron Donalds really get a chance to do something.
So great.
He's so phenomenal, and he's been good. He's a great speaker. He's very convincing. He was saying, look, make no mistake about it, that this is the Trump agenda, and John Thune knows that. And he pretty much basically was saying, without saying, like, if you don't fall in line to make sure that things are accomplished that Donald Trump wants to achieve, you will not last in this position. So it'll be interesting to see how this plays out. I don't think we're ever going to get to the point like we did with Kevin McCarthy with all of those votes and those counts and things like that went well into the night in the early morning hours. But there's definitely people out there that are not ecstatic about this pick.
They're not, but remember we talked about this on Tuesday with Sean Farish, and I just had I said at the time, I think it's Thune because, and we have to say his name, Thune.
Thune. Yeah, I know.
I don't know.
Elitist.
But yes, that's, but.
Is that French, by the way? What is
that? Ugh. I hate it already.
But the thing is, you know, obviously he has favorite. Thune.
Yeah.
I can't say it, you know. Tune. We should just say Tune like Greta Thunberg.
Yeah.
But my sense of Thune is that he's a guy who, you know, has favor with his fellow senators, and he lobbied well with him, and that goes in part to that's part of the job. And so what I think MAGA Republicans are worried about, and rightfully so, is that all of us remember when Thune, when he was on all those shows, and I forget which time it was with impeachment hearings or whatever, Russia, going back.
Mm-hmm.
But this guy was on all those shows, on those Sunday morning shows, all those shows, and I just remember him. I just wanted to throw something at the television. You know what I mean? And so I think it's that visceral reaction, like, oh God, this guy is going to give the shiv. He's not, you know, he's really not on board. He's saying anything. So that's, I think, what all the MAGA people, because of everything we've all been through, what we think. But allegedly, he's on the team. Mike Johnson had said that they were all his favorites, the House Speaker. And we know that Johnson is in step with Trump, and they've had conversations.
Yep.
So.
All right. 855-839-1210. Let me get to Tulsi Gabbard, and I want to get to Gates as well. But I'm starting with Gabbard because I think she's, A, going to be good at this job, and B, I like her. I'm not 100% sold on the Gates pick, so we'll get to that because I know there'll be more discussion on that. I think Tulsi Gabbard is well-liked, obviously, by some, if not many, Republicans and some, if not many, Democrats, as a former Democrat herself, as she is now tabbed as the Director of National Intelligence. I saw this tweet from Libs of TikTok, and this is perfectly illustrated. I'm going to steal this because I agree with it wholeheartedly. They put Tulsi Gabbard on a terror watch list. Now she's the Director of National Intelligence, the biggest FU to the deep state swamp, which is absolutely valid. I think she has been phenomenal. You guys know I like her a lot. If Trump was going to go female for vice president, I was, I don't know if I was lobbying for, but I said that she would be my top pick if Trump felt like he needed a female vice president, especially to win over moms in the suburbs post Roe v. Wade for the election. Obviously, the rest of that is history, and it's water under the bridge, but I think she will do a really good job. I find it interesting, too, because she's an Iraq War veteran, and she was a lieutenant colonel. And also, the way they frame it is that she controversially met with Syrian dictator Bashar al-Assad in 2019 and declared that he was not an enemy of the U.S. And it's interesting how the mainstream media tries to paint her as somebody in a negative light because she deems somebody in the Middle East not to be an enemy of the U.S. It's almost like the mainstream media has been corrupted by the military-industrial complex, and it's, how dare that somebody say that somebody in the Middle East is not an enemy of the U.S. Because why? Because we want to keep blowing things up in the Middle East and going to war? So I really like her. They also characterize it, according to Axios, as in an unusually high-profile pick for a bureaucratic job coordinating between U.S. intelligence agencies. So why is it a bad thing if she's high-profile and she got one of these jobs? I mean, she's been out there on the front lines with Trump for a while now. I think she's going to be a really good pick. Before we get to Gates, Dawn, any thoughts on Tulsi Gabbard in this role?
Well, I think, first of all, what all of these people have in common is that they're fighters and they're loyal. I mean, she's been loyal to Trump. She's come on board. She has co-led his transition team, and he trusts her. So he has to, sit in a room with his cabinet members. He has to meet with these people face to face. He has to work with these people. He wants to be confident that they're loyal to him because at the end of the day, I don't see him delegating to these jobs to any of these people.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And I think that's the point that individuals are saying, who was it? Susan Collins of Maine. She had expressed surprise with the Gates pick. But I just think it tells you that Trump he's the commander in chief. He's running things. He respects these people. And the question I have is how much Don Jr. was involved in
some of these
talking
selections,
some of these selections out. Because we do know,
especially the younger outsiders, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that Trump this time around, he does not want in his cabinet any possibility of anybody giving him the shiv. But think about this. Remember that Don Jr. wants J.D. Vance to carry on the baton.
Right.
So look at who might threaten that. And that's why I think they've blocked out certain people like Nikki Haley.
Yeah, I agree. And, a lot of the mainstream media, who's Pete Hegseth? Where'd this TV dude come from? Look, you can be somebody that's never served in a certain role, but yet have all the pedigree and all the chops to do it. Okay? Stalker selected me to do Morning Drive when Rich went to afternoon. I mean, I know radio. I've done sports talk radio. I had never done talk radio before. So, I'll sit here and defend the Tulsi Gabbards or anybody out there, the Pete Hegseths that are being put in a position that they've never actually done that specific position. Pete Hegseth is a combat veteran, right? He's a great communicator. That's why he's on TV. So you can enter a job that you've never worked in before and be a home run hire. Now, let me get to Matt Gaetz. Now, he's a lawyer. He's going to be the attorney general. Do I think he can do the job? Yeah, I think he can do the job, right? He went to law school. He went to, I think it was William and Mary College of Law. So I don't question his ability, his acumen to prosecute things on behalf of the United States. I think he could probably do the job really well. He's a pit bull. He doesn't give a damn. That being said, and I'm always honest with the audience, I don't really like Matt Gaetz. I've made it pretty clear. I think he's kind of a D-bag. I have no disdain for whatever he's been accused of doing, the sex trafficking, the Department of Justice. By the way, because I was so bored last night, and I'm flipping through the channels. Joy Reid was on, and I saw the readout on my TV guide on YouTube TV. So I put her on, and they had breaking news across with the little red banner that Matt Gaetz is under investigation by the That is not breaking news. That is complete journalism malpractice to say that it's breaking news.
Well, he was under investigation by the House. No, he is under. Well, he resigned, so he was under investigation with the House Ethics Committee.
But that's not breaking news.
No,
that's been going on for a long time.
Allegedly, they were supposed to release a report on him on Friday that was quote highly damaging, and he resigned just in time for that to not happen.
And I can separate there's some like with Tulsi Gabbard. I like Tulsi Gabbard, and I think she's going to do a good job. I think Marjorie Taylor Greene, I align with her policy-wise. I think she's a sideshow freak. I don't need the power cleans in your garage gym. I don't care about that. Just do what we pay you to do. So that's where I am with Gaetz. I agree with Gaetz on policy. I like the fact that he's got balls, but I do also think he's kind of a jerk-off. But that's just me.
Saul Queen says Matt Gaetz probably doesn't lock his dog up in a crate for 10 hours.
That's fine. He just sex traffics kids. We could play that game all day, all right, Mr. Morality on YouTube. How about I put you in a cage? No, but I'd be honest. I've said this in the past. I think Gaetz does a little of the sideshow stuff, and if that's cool. If you're an entertainer, if you want to do a show on YouTube or do a podcast, great. You want to do a radio show, but I like the politicians outside. Well, Nick, you love Trump. Again, Trump is one of one. I don't need a bunch of wannabe Trumps out there. I need people that get things done, right? I don't need 53 showmen on my football team, right? I need my muckers and my grinders. I've got Jalen Hurts. I've got A.J. Brown. I need guys that get in there in the mud, that don't want the attention and the spotlight. That's what I like about certain politicians. But again, I think Gaetz could do a really good job. And Gaetz has been against the weaponization of government. So I hope he keeps his word to that, because even though I want to fight fire with fire, there's been a bad precedent set in this country. I don't want other politicians on the Democrat side prosecuted and being the victims of weaponized government. I want that era of politics to come to an end, right?
Okay, to go through this really quickly about Matt Gaetz.
Yep.
So pulling up the Committee on Ethics that was looking into this. And remember, this goes back to Kevin McCarthy. This goes back to the former House Speaker, why they butted heads.
Yeah.
Because they had allowed this ethics investigation. This was going through.
Mm-hmm.
There was a statement this past summer that said there's been a significant and unusual amount of public reporting on the committee's activities this Congress. Much of that reported has been inaccurate. And this was speaking about this ethics probe that they had been called to look at Representative Gates. And they said their investigations are conducted confidentially, but the committee's confidentiality rules do not prohibit witnesses from disclosing information about the committee's requests or conversations with their investigators. So as far as that goes, an investigation, as they go on and explain it, does not mean in any way that there are charges or that there's guilt of any sort.
Oh, I agree.
So
Trust me.
just so because if somebody's tuning in and they're like, "What are you talking about?" This is years and years ago. He had allegedly signed up for, I don't know if it was an app, a dating site, whatever, and allegedly there was a person there who was
17.
a young woman who was 17 years old, and that he had gone through one of these dating apps and gone out with her. And that's the allegation.
Gone out with her.
Or well,
took her out for a snow cone.
But hey, do we know about do we still know about the Congress member? Remember with the young man in the
Senate chamber,
in the boardroom in the Senate chambers,
bumping and grinding in after hours.
Who was he was videotaping or whatever
we still
with
don't know,
an elder statesman who was a lawmaker that they were having relations.
We still don't know whose cocaine was in that cubby on July 4th of 2022.
So if somebody on Substack, and I forget who it was, did a whole thing on this, what a hit job it was on Matt Gaetz. I have no idea what really happened, but it feels
the Oppo dump on this is going to be glorious. It's
So-
going to be glorious.
And Greg, this still might come out.
Oh yeah,
this report still might come out, and it's just like Jack Smith. Jack Smith is going to resign. Oh, he's a special prize. He's going to resign, but he's still going to dump his report. And so, all of these individuals, I don't know if I agree with investigating somebody, dumping information. It's like taking a dump on the whole judicial system.
Yeah,
and
which I'd like to do some days, actually.
In all seriousness, this is not our process in this country. If you have goods on people, if you have a crime, then charge them. The fact that this has swirled for years and years about Matt Gaetz.
Yep.
And they're trying to destroy, his reputation. But usually with DOJ, they'll charge you with something. Why aren't there any charges?
I
then?
agree.
Do you guys remember that interview that Matt Gaetz did with Tucker Carlson about that kid Nestor that he took in?
Oh yeah.
You guys remember that and how awkward and weird that was, and how he?
Well, Tucker's a weird guy in general.
No. I mean, Matt Gaetz was a very odd conversation. I think there's a lot there.
It's a bizarre situation. All these
all I'm
politicians,
saying, guys.
they're
That's all
all
I'm
weird.
It
They're
might
all
be
weird.
but then we could say that if there's something here, if there's a crime, then charge him with something. You know what I mean? But the fact that they have, look at DOJ, how active they are, by the way, and the feds and the weaponization of government. So in my humble opinion, if there was something here with this guy, they would have charged him.
By the way, Road Warrior says, getting back to Nick in the cage, who's going to clean up Nick's poop in the cage?
I'm putting newspaper down.
I love
That's
it.
what we used to do for our puppy back in the day. Put the newspaper down, the old sports section. 855-839-1210. So right now, as we wrap up the hour, here's your administration to date. Marco Rubio, Pete Hegseth, Matt Gaetz, Elon Musk, Vivek Ramaswamy, Kristi Noem, Tulsi Gabbard, John Ratcliffe, Mike Waltz, Tom Homan, Elise Stefanik, and Mike Huckabee. Those are the notable 12, we will call, in the Trump administration. I'm curious to know, on a scale, we'll do a real hokey hack exercise on radio like they do in sports. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you grade the Trump administration so far? 855-839-1210 is the phone number.
Do you think anybody's not going to say 10?
I go about an 8. About an 8.
How about this? If you think it's not a 10, call in 855-839-1210.
Oh, that's a good one.
Right.
Yeah.
If you think it's a 12 out of 10, then I don't know. Tweet Dan Bongino.
It's 1,000,000 out of 10. How about if you don't think it's a 10 out of 10?
Greatest thing I've ever seen. Kayal and Company, hour number 2 is on the way. Stay right there.
You know, here's one more thing as I talk about how much I really appreciate DuckDuckGo and Privacy Pro. I can just right now, I'm pushing a button, close tabs, clear all data. And then it tells me this little fire emoji thing comes up. It's pretty cool. And then they want the feedback. Tell us your thoughts on Privacy Pro. So they always want you to give that feedback. But I'm enjoying using DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro, and really not even a full month into it. You know, I've used DuckDuckGo. I've talked about it for years. A local company, by the way, and they're used by millions and millions of people, but they keep your searches private. That's, in summary, that's the first thing I liked about DuckDuckGo, that I learned a lot about the fact that these searches are not always private. Did you know that? And so whether it's legal requests, the government data profiles, did you know that your information gets out there and even sometimes gets sold? DuckDuckGo is not tracking you at all. Every time you search on DuckDuckGo, it's as if you've never been there before. That's important to me. And so when I heard about Privacy Pro, which is this subscription service that I've now subscribed to from DuckDuckGo, I thought, well, this sounds interesting. And right away, a family member said, oh, it's going to make your service slow. You're going to do searches. It's going to take longer. Nope, not at all. They have this great VPN. It's important to know about this. 3-in-1 privacy subscription service really does help you protect your personal information. And I know this is important to you. You know, you think about your personal security in your vehicle, in your home, but what about when you're out about with your phone or your laptop or your computer at work, wherever you are on the go? That's why I believe in DuckDuckGo and Privacy Pro, the newer subscription service. So here's the thing with Privacy Pro. DuckDuckGo's VPN secures your Wi-Fi connection anytime, anywhere. They have identity theft restoration, which is this in and of itself is a reason to subscribe, because if your identity gets stolen, I don't know if this has happened to you. It has happened to me twice in my life. It's a nightmare. DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro helps you restore it if your identity gets stolen. And number 3, the personal information removal. This is such an important aspect of this particular subscription service with Privacy Pro on desktop devices, whether it's Mac or Windows. I tell you, it works for me. And that's what's important. I look over here and I have how many hits a day where they're just basically out there, they're fighting for me and fighting for my privacy. That's how I feel. So search your name online. Do this. You may be surprised at how many sites are actually selling your information. This is information about you. Privacy Pro is going to help you remove that personal info from those creepy sites so they cannot share it, they cannot sell it. Here's the thing. You get all of this for $9.99 a month. As my listener, you go to duckduckgo.com/1210. You're going to get an exclusive 7-day free trial on me. DuckDuckGo.com. Do this, okay? DuckDuckGo.com/1210. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Woohoo! Another girls' night out. I'm so stressed from shopping. I couldn't find anything. Have you tried shopping jewelry television? JTV? I don't know. Everyone in my family is so different. JTV has thousands of jewelry styles. Artisan, diamonds, pearls, colored gemstones, watches, even gift sets. I shop on TV and online.
New JTV customers save up to $40 when you shop jtv.com/radio.
Now, can you relax?
Yes. Another round?
Yes.
What do you call the NordVPN Black Friday deal, huh? The Block Friday deal. Because you block online threats. Black Friday, Block Friday. Get it? It's hilarious. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal and block online threats now. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic. Its Threat Protection Pro tool will defend you against web trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the special Black Friday deal at NordVPN.com and enjoy safer internet daily. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Harry, if you watch any more of those stupid financial shows, I'm filing for divorce.
How am I going to keep up with our retirement accounts?
At JML Financial Group, we want you watching your grandkids playing soccer and sunsets in Hawaii, not the latest rumor of a market crash. Surprisingly, with proper income planning, the stock market shouldn't even be a concern. The money came in every 2 weeks while you worked. It should be the same in your retirement years. Let us show you how. Call JML Financial Group today at 856-925-6674. That's 856-925-6674. Or at jmlfinancialgroup.com. So, when your neighbor's sunbathing in the front yard,
Harry, you're an idiot. Get away from the window.
keep your eyes focused where they should be, on enjoying your retirement. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Did you know millions of people are getting prescription medications for weight loss, sexual health, better sleep, and more, all online? RexMD.com has made getting these medications fast and easy, with free delivery of the most popular medications right to your door. Just fill out a brief survey, and if appropriate, we'll prescribe and ship clinically proven options to help with issues like weight loss.
I've lost 45 pounds so far. It's nice to get back into clothes that I haven't been able to wear for a long time.
We can also help with insomnia.
I slept through the whole night. It made me feel very well rested and ready to go for the day.
And RexMD can improve your sexual health.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is happier. I am definitely much happier.
At RexMD.com, we've made the process fast, easy, and affordable. Visit RexMD.com right now to get started. That's REXMD.com.
Hey girl, it's your new night guy, Jimmy Fallon in the house from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and free on the Odyssey app.
.04, it is Kayal and Company, hour number 2 on a Thursday morning as we continue. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Cut sheet coming up 7:45. Also, Don Lemon, Joy Reid, and The Guardian all leave X. And Don Lemon even put out official Don Lemon letterhead, his own publication, to make his big announcement. In case you didn't want to watch or hear him announce it, He put it in writing as well. By the way, if you're ever going to leave somewhere, I don't know that you necessarily have to announce that you're leaving. Just go. Because we're all caught up in our own world and we really don't care. 855-839.
Yeah, but it's like this. I'm leaving now. Stomp, stomp, stomp. I'm leaving.
Please,
I'm really leaving.
Please don't. Tell me why I should stay. There's no other social media app out there. Twitter's the only place. That's fine. Go play elsewhere. There's a lot of playgrounds, right? You pick and choose which one you want to go to. Also, some good stuff, some headlines out there. Rand Paul to target the COVID cover-up as head of Senate Homeland Security Committee. That'll be fascinating to watch. Big fan of Rand Paul. And Jonathan Turley with a great tweet about the Matt Gaetz nomination or appointment. He says, if Trump wanted to defibrillate the Justice Department, the Matt Gaetz nomination is the 100,000-volt option. The president-elect clearly wants an outsider without cultural or professional ties to the DOJ. I think that is really well said by Jonathan Turley. All right, let's get to the news. Round number 2 at 7:06. The great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kill and Company News Live on this, what is going to be a gray, cold day. So if you're lucky enough to be headed to, to South Philadelphia to watch the Eagles play tonight, you want to bundle up. 8:15 tonight. It's going to be brisk. It's going to be quite chilly. So we're still in 30s this morning. In the news locally this morning, a big story as it's a big defeat for our district attorney, Larry Krasner, who filed that suit last month to try to have the sweepstakes of one Elon Musk shut down under Pennsylvania law. However, the top prosecutor was told in court that he failed to show that it was an illegal lottery. And this is the judge's newly released opinion here in Philadelphia. So the judge releasing the statement saying that although the DA, Krasner, alleged that the America PAC and Elon Musk had scammed people, the common pleas court judge, Angelo Foglietta, wrote in his opinion released that DA Krasner, quote, failed to provide any evidence of misuse beyond mere speculation.
Okay.
That from the judge.
Boy, must be nice to be the district attorney, never prosecute any real crime in your own city, give everybody get out of jail for free cards, and then have really no evidence, no concrete standing to take a billionaire to court, and then just have this go away like that. Seems like weaponized government, but that's just a thought bouncing around in my head.
Now, I don't know how it works. You raise an interesting point. So with Republican Dave Sunday taking over the AG's office.
A lot of days.
Generals,
a lot of days in the GOP and PA.
So would the new Attorney General, would this be something where they would investigate that, whether or not this was appropriate?
Mm-hmm.
That's a good question.
I know.
Musk committed more than $70 million to the Political Action Committee, to his committee, his PAC, to help Donald J. Trump return to the White House, and as well other Republicans, and has now been tapped, by the way, to help lead a government efficiency effort along with, that was an announcement was made, was that yesterday or day before? It's all spinning because there were so many announcements, but he will partner reportedly with Vivek Ramaswamy with that government efficiency department. So Foglietta, you may recall, the judge had denied Krasner's petition after last week's hearing, but then explained the reasoning in this newly released opinion that we're able to see, and said he did not want to issue this long-standing order, given that there was only really one sweepstakes remaining by then.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was part of the thinking here, basically.
Yep.
Musk's attorneys had said that the last person chosen would not be from Pennsylvania anyway.
Mm-hmm.
And so that was part of the reason that they let that go. But the Krasner's office had released a statement later yesterday saying, quote, "We respectfully disagree with the judge's opinion."
Okay. I mean, as far as Elon Musk goes, and I saw this yesterday, I thought this was a very good way to understand the whole, are we calling it DOGE? I guess that's the word, Department of Government Efficiency. Technically, we're calling it, that's how you pronounce it, DOGE?
I mean, it's not
I thought it was
technically.
Doja.
No. That's not technically. That's how we're calling it because it's named after that coin, the Doge coin.
Oh,
The Doge coin?
That's right. That's right.
But you called it the Dogie.
The Dogie.
Yeah.
Dogie.
The Dogie.
Which I love.
The dog, the doggy,
Dogie.
Doge.
Dogie in a cage.
See. There was put DOGE in the cage,
You're
would
never
you?
going to live that down, Kayal.
That's fine. It's all about creating a brand, good or bad, right?
Put the doggy in the cage and then put the lotion on.
It rubs the lotion on its skin. One of the economists that was on yesterday on television was talking about how for every $3 the government spends, one of those $3 is money wasted. And when we talk about the deficit and government efficiency, with a $6 trillion deficit, I mean, think about that. If we can eliminate 33%, that's shaving $2 trillion right off of the top by the time the first administration is over. So if Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy end up being as good as we hope they are with trimming the fat and the wasted money in Washington, we're that's a nice little starting point. Just wanted to share that little tidbit for you. 1 out of every $3 that the government spends is money that should not be spent to begin with. Think about that. And 50% of it is on stuff like Social Security. So,
you know what's funny is that you could probably trim so much out of the government and not even notice it.
I actually believe you could whack 25% of government employees
easily,
and you wouldn't know they were gone.
100%,
right?
100%. It's like, whoa, what about this department and that department? It's I guarantee you it would not affect our lives.
Yep.
The problem is, so with all of this word, I think it's something that we have felt, even though we get the numbers. So I think the most important thing that they could do is just pass laws where everything there needs to be an online site and anybody can look at it.
Mm-hmm.
Transparency.
Agreed.
And I would say cameras everywhere. You know, to your point of your big take this morning, why is it that public lawmakers on public property in the people's house had a Senate majority pick in private?
It's outrageous.
I want cameras and microphones everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
We pay their salaries. We pay for the building. We pay for the heat. It's ours. It's the people's house. And this government is supposed to work for us,
Mm-hmm.
and yet we don't have full transparency in where the money is being spent, how it's being allocated. All they have to do is shine a light on it and put it online so that we can all go through it.
That's right.
And we would.
That's right.
And then basically we become, it's almost like Wikipedia where it's like crowdsourcing,
Mm-hmm.
where the American people as citizens, we get to look this stuff up and go, wait a minute.
Yeah.
They allocated $1 billion for what?
We become the fact checkers.
Yes, sir. And
Yep.
that's free.
Yep, I agree.
So we got that going on. We have a reward. This is important. A reward now being offered after a memorial plaque honoring a Philadelphia police officer who was killed in the line of duty has now vanished. So this plaque was installed on the 2000 block of South Broad Street right near Snyder Ave after Officer Charles Knox was shot and killed in the line of duty. And this happened right along that street in 1992. So Philadelphia police offering this $5,000 reward. He was an officer patrolling in the 1st District. They're noticing, the officer patrolling, and this is the 1st District, noticed that this memorial was missing. And so the FOP, Fraternal Order of Police, they're putting this out here that somebody stole this plaque, apparently. They're trying to review surveillance imagery to figure out who did this, but very upsetting. So there is a $5,000 cash reward, no questions asked. They want this plaque returned.
Yeah.
Disrespectful
Agreed.
to Officer Knox and his family and to all of our law enforcement who protect and serve. And just looking at, yesterday, fast-moving details, as we know that President Joe Biden, President-elect Donald Trump, meeting in the Oval Office at the White House yesterday.
Boy, the pictures were. I haven't seen Joe Biden smile that much in 4 years.
By the way, there's a picture floating around of Trump, Biden, and Jill.
I know.
And
yeah.
No Melania.
I was looking at that. I was just like, wow.
Yep.
Man, what a.
Yep. Melania's like, screw all three of you. I'm not coming.
I am busy.
I'm hanging out with Barron. It's a parent teacher day at NYU.
Well, that's just it. I think Joe Biden, I think that he basically, to me, when I look at that image, what he's saying to those longtime Democrats who imagine working with somebody like 30, 40 years, like Nancy Pelosi. Like, these are colleagues. Imagine your coworker, no matter what you're doing,
mm-hmm.
and they give you the shiv after decades of working with that person and trusting that person, and they just throw you and your career under the bus.
Yeah, it's also a thing. I was thinking because I've always, and I've said this on the show many times, I think all women secretly hate each other. I'd love to get Melania, Kamala, and Jill together and just hear what's going on in between their ears when they're not talking, right? Like, you talk about Stalker, here, this is for you. You talk about a triple threat wrestling match. You get Melania, Kamala, and Jill in the ring. You just rip each other apart.
See, I disagree. I'm a woman. I disagree with you completely. And I will tell you, you can ask anybody that I've ever worked with, we would joke in the newsroom, in TV newsrooms, and we would say that that's such the imagery of women being catty. The men are the B's and the we would say they're the divas.
Oh, men are absolutely the same way.
And so that's Joe Biden yesterday, all these guys jockeying for position. Joe Biden yesterday, that smile was his middle finger to his own party who thought he couldn't win. I guarantee you he'll be interviewed and he's going to say, I could have won. They made a mistake. They did this, and look they lost.
When do you think that'll happen? You think what?
February. Before
early New
February.
Year? Yep. There's no doubt that Joe, I genuinely believe deep down inside that he feels like he still could have done better than her, right?
Yep, 100%.
Yeah.
So we've, just to recap, like some of this and with the local ties, Pennsylvania's Senate race between the incumbent Democrat, this is Senator Bob Casey Jr., and Republican Dave McCormick, that is now headed for the recount because the deadline was yesterday for Casey to waive that, to file a waiver, because by all accounts, by all the experts' accounts, Casey has lost this race. So what does that mean for Pennsylvania taxpayers? It means a minimum cost of $1 million for this recount. It should be done, I believe, by next Tuesday.
Sounds like a case for DOGE. Department wasting money here. Let's send in Elon and Vivek. Let's go. All right, Casey, clean it up. Let's go. Go home. You lost.
So now they do the recount, and they were, yesterday the report was 40,000 votes apart. Today it's more like 30,000+, but that is because counties like Bucks and Montgomery, they had decided, their Democrats who run those counties had decided to include ballots that are not, reportedly are not legal because they're not proper, they're not legal, these involve non-citizens, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So this is going to be a court case as well.
Oh, for sure.
That's what ups the cost.
Yep.
So wait, court cases on recounts are not a good thing now?
No, I'm not. No. I'm not saying that. The court cases are important.
2020 was not that long ago. I'm curious.
No. The court case, Greg, to your point,
yeah,
the court cases are important because they set precedent.
Good. So let's make sure this is fair and transparent, right?
So what the
right, everybody? Yeah, let's go. Woo!
But here's the difference.
Well, except
you can't be your case can't be based on the fact that you're looking for illegal votes, right? Like I just read in the first hour,
like 11,000.
I didn't say anything about 2020. I didn't say anything about 2020.
I'm just keeping you two honest.
No, Greg. No, the difference is that all of these issues and they know that this is they all know this in Montgomery and Bucks County. They know the fact that all of these issues that they're bringing up have already, there are precedents in court. So this is now going to have to go back to court, and they're going to get the same ruling.
And remember, I said
that they've already set the precedent.
I said last week, if you want to contest things, I'm fine with that. If you think you have tangible evidence and you want to fight it, and I'm willing to sit it out. But when you're down 100, or you're claiming 100,000 are out there, and you're down 40,000, and then your case is on. Now we want to count people's votes that are unsigned ballots.
Agreed.
Misdated or no dates. That to me, it's like, well, no, they got to go.
I don't disagree with anything you're saying. I think Bob Casey and his campaign should bow out and be done with it.
But they're fundraising off of it now as I speak.
But if we're being honest,
Greg, if I'm being honest, if you remember in 2020, Justice Sam Alito wrote the opinion. No, I reported on this at the time. The Supreme Court, the United States Supreme Court, had said set certain ballots aside, set them aside and hold them. They didn't do that. They did not do that. They violated the law. And so that's the difference from 2020 that we don't talk about enough, is that they defied court orders, even at the highest level in the land, they defied it in here in Pennsylvania and other spots too. Look it up.
Yeah.
Look it up.
Look it up, mister. Get me all sassy. It's 7:20 in the morning when
I
I
like
should
sass.
be not be in news.
I want sass all 4 hours, Stensland. I need you to be on like Robo sass.
So Republicans
Auto
winning
sass.
another
Robo
headline.
sass.
Republicans winning the U.S. House and Senate, obviously giving President-elect Trump control of the trifecta, if you will, all those three branches of government, and so we have Trump naming Tulsi Gabbard. We talked about this, Director of National Intelligence, and I will just point out to you that part of the House control is because of, think about this, Republicans slipping two longtime Democrat-held seats here in Pennsylvania, and this is the U.S. House delegation, including Ryan McKenzie and Rob Bresnahan Jr. So important. These are other Pennsylvania races, not maybe getting as much play, but these were critical races that we've talked about. So just headlining all of that for you. Christmas tree lighting and arrival at City Hall last night in Philadelphia at City Hall. It's not lit up. It's not going to be lit up yet until they decorate the thing.
Yeah.
And then as well, Eagles.
Boathouse Row was all green today. Yeah.
Yeah, that's this week for the Eagles, so that's
right.
exciting.
Nick Pepster says, Nick Dawn and the Troll. I thought trolling was good. We like trolling, right? Owning the libs and we're trolling with the Matt Gaetz pick. We like trolling, don't we?
The Tulsi pick was a troll to the deep state.
We're also giving you talk points so that, not that I encourage these conversations at your job or over Thanksgiving, but that's what we should do based on what like Greg brings up.
Yeah.
And we should put out the cheat sheet. Like this Thanksgiving, if somebody says what Greg just said, here's what you say.
Right.
Here's the Justice Alito order for Pennsylvania to set aside certain votes that were in question, and that was defied.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, and for those that are upset with the commentary, I would just say that just remember, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is the #1 talk station in the entire Odyssey company, and Kayal and Company is setting record ratings. But if you like something different, I mean, Greg's got a lot of power. He could put Mark Levin in here from 6 to 10, and you guys could drive off into the Schuylkill and cure your insomnia.
Oh, we don't need to be throwing other people under the bus.
Mark Levin is brilliant. He's still on the air. It's just, he's
the almighty Mark
Levin.
I'm super, super happy with Jimmy Fail. Everybody that was at Pints of Politics last night was very happy with
I'm
Jimmy
so sorry.
Fallon.
Did you go? I'm so sorry.
I did. I'm
couldn't
the
go.
brand manager, ladies
Okay.
and gentlemen. I have to be here.
Was it just a blast?
It was. Oh yeah, it was great.
I offered to come, and Greg's like, "Nah, bro, I don't need you."
It was very blue. There was a lot of F-bombs being dropped last night. It was really good.
I saw the one picture on Twitter. Were they having Guinnesses?
No, they had.
Was it like a stout or a lager?
So I got Jimmy like a bourbon.
Oh.
And Zioli, I think, was drinking light beer because I think it's this time of the month or something.
Well, he's dieting before the holidays.
Richard's lost a lot of weight. Richard looks really good.
Yeah. He's dieting before the holidays.
I'm going to have to pivot to light beer, too.
I would have gone last night. I would have crashed that, but we were at Hamilton. I got 2 tickets for Hamilton at the Kimmel Center. It was amazing. I took Michael.
All right.
He wanted to
Wait
go.
a minute. Put up that playbill again.
There you go, Hamilton.
Hamilton.
Yeah.
Hamilton.
Nice.
Fantastic.
I can't believe you went to Hamilton.
I know. I loved it. What? I love theater. And don't tell me.
People accuse me of things. You went to Hamilton.
I did. I know. Listen, I love theater, and it's theater. It's not. If you want the history of it, obviously I don't follow the history fully. You should know that by now. But no, it was fantastic.
Yeah, some people are attending plays, others are having pints, and this guy's just slaving away over a show sheet, just cranking out great content.
See,
I did all that too. It's just I don't get a nap.
Yeah, it's true.
No,
I'm
I'm just bitter because I wanted to get away from my family last night, and I was stuck inside.
Aw.
Yeah, I should go back to Tennessee for a little bit.
Oh, there's
what's going on?
Chris.
I'm totally joking.
Chris McQuillan was at the Pints of Politics last night. He's on our YouTube chat.
Yeah,
and he told me that he drives into work with the YouTube on his phone, and sometimes he'll just check out the videos and stuff
as he's
we're
driving.
playing. Well,
Oh my
no, I'm
gosh.
not calling anybody out. but
Yeah.
Thank you, Chris, for
Wow.
watching.
cool.
for
Yeah,
watching
nothing like
us
watching
and
a
listening to
radio
us.
show while you're on the Schuylkill.
Yeah, I told him I'd give him a shout out.
That boy.
He's not doing anything
This is
illegal.
awesome.
Yeah, no, consuming content.
Never say that.
All right, 7:25. By the way, still in the news. Here we go.
Oh,
yeah.
42 degrees right now. The sun will peek out. And if you're going to the Eagles this evening versus the, I call them the Commandos, but it's Washington Commanders.
I'm going to call them the Redskins. How about that?
I don't think you're allowed to do that.
Yeah, you're not allowed.
Is that not allowed? Or can we now say that again now that Trump's president? I don't want to get canceled.
Well, the funny thing about all these, whether it's Cleveland or Washington, whenever you hear Native Americans speaking out, indigenous people,
most people aren't offended by it.
They're not. They actually like the
No.
fact that people recognize
No.
that they were here first.
No. The only people that are offended by any of this stuff are the woke white liberal women. That's why woke is dead now and it's over. So all the women with their hate has no home and Harris Walls signs in the suburbs of Philadelphia, you lost.
8:15 tonight, kickoff from Lincoln Financial Field. It's going to be brisk. It's going to be cold. Seriously, bundle up. Kayal Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Cut sheet in just about 20 minutes. We'll come back and get to all of the people that have said, you know what, I just can't do it anymore. For the sake of mental health, I am signing off of X and deleting my account. Back after this.
We got to talk about paradise. Are you ready to take off to the Italian Riviera on a gastronomical event that only conservative tours can deliver? Join me for 11 luxurious days with the professionals from Conservative Tours, the best tour operator in Italy, A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. So Portofino, Rapallo, Santa Margherita Ligure, Tuscany, and the brilliant Cinque Terre. $53.78. Yes, that includes your airfare. Dining events. Oh, this is so much fun. The dining events at the wineries in Tuscany, and even an authentic farm visit to see Parmesan cheese being crafted by hand. Call toll-free 888-733-9494, or you can go to conservativetours.com. Scroll down. You'll see the itinerary and some pictures of just some of the hidden Italian villages you've never seen, like Giacomo Puccini, San Gimignano, the Leaning Tower of Pisa, Florence, and Milan. We will conclude this incredible trip on the Lakes region with, listen to this, Bellagio, Orta, and Isola Bella. This is filling up. We have our group text of we call ourselves the Amalfi group because this is last year's trip to Italy. We become friends. We text each other and just a like-minded community, but we're not talking about politics. We're having a great time together. I can't wait. Join me next spring in Italy. I'll see you in Cinque Terre, conservativetours.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Parks Casino. Joe Conklin hosts national comedians every other Thursday. It's Joe Conklin's Comedy Night at Parks. Show dates and tickets. Go to joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
It's a great month to get a luxurious new Volvo from Cherry Hill Volvo. You'll be thankful because there's so many fabulous offers to take advantage of. Lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month using all applicable rebates. Costco members save even more, up to $2,000 in additional rebates. See store for details. Customers enjoy the stress-free and satisfactory experience Cherry Hill Volvo provides. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships really do matter.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Mustard. Thursday morning. It is Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The cut sheet coming up in about 15 minutes. Also this morning, we continue with our Window Nation, World War II, Greatest Generation, Veteran Spotlight, and a very good one today because we will have one of our great account executives, Michael Steinberg. He's going to come in studio with us at 9:40 or maybe even 9:30 and talk about his grandfather, who has an unbelievable story. I was reading through some of the notes that he sent us last night. You talk about heroism and courage and what this guy had to deal with. This one might take the cake. So that'll be coming up. And I know a lot of you have enjoyed it. Some of the comments and the tweets in response to the videos and the audio that we post after these air live on the radio have been great. So we'll continue. We've got one today. We've got one again lined up for tomorrow. And I believe, Stalker, you said we're going to probably spill over into possibly next week?
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Okay. I meant to tell you have another one you're recording today.
Okay, I'll be sticking around today then. That's
10
fine.
o'clock, but I'll send you all the... This guy's 101 years old.
Oh, my God.
And he's sharp as a tack, apparently. So,
wow.
This has been, the outpouring of this has been just incredible.
Yep.
So, thank you everybody for, this is an important thing. We came up with this a couple of months ago to let's really do this. The Greatest Generation has not, not a lot of them are around anymore.
No.
So we need somebody to tell their stories, and luckily, Michael Steinberg can tell his grandfather's story, and we can keep these memories alive, and I think it's super important.
Can I give you an important correction?
Yeah.
Because I misspoke in my newscast. I apologize.
No.
So thanks to the great Linda Kearns, our incredible RNC election integrity attorney who's been fighting in court, protectthevote.com. She rightfully, texted me that the counties in the multi-million-dollar Bob Casey recount, counties must begin the recount no later than November 20th and must finish by noon November 26th, so that by the 27th, this has to be done.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what we're looking at. So it's well over a week. I've misspoke and said it had to be done before next Wednesday. That was not correct.
Mm-hmm.
So I apologize.
Okay. By the way, Kevin Pools, yes, thank you to Window Nation for supporting this. By the way, we can do everything we're doing here, and we love doing it. But if you really want to thank somebody, go in and thank Window Nation for doing this, because they're helping us do this. So thank you very much, Kevin, for reminding us of that.
There you go. Kevin loves the websites, by the way, right?
Yep.
GregStalkerSucks.com, windownation.com.
Yep, exactly.
Kevin's our official website guy.
It's amazing.
So we'll get to Don Lemon. Actually, we have some time here, so I'm going to actually save the Don Lemon stuff because there's audio and video. I can read you his letter when we get to the cut sheet. So we'll do Don Lemon, we'll do Joy Reid and all the bailing on X, because there is some news that just came out during the break as we wait to see who the press secretary will be for Donald Trump. Alana Habba officially announcing on Twitter that she will not be selected for that position. She said, quote, "While I'm flattered by the support and speculation, the role of press secretary is not a role I am considering," a.k.a. she was turned down. Although I love screaming from a podium, I will be better served in other capacities. This administration is going to be epic. So proud of the Trump team, blah, 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 blah.
I have to disagree with you. I think that the role of press secretary is
brutal.
It's a brutal
thankless.
job. It is a thankless job.
It's 24/7.
I don't think anybody wants that job, to be honest with you.
It's not glamorous.
No, it is like you are up there taking bullets, taking shrapnel, and I.
But I think she would have been great at it. She can handle it. She's a pistol, man.
Yeah,
she don't give a damn.
But do you want to? I don't know.
No, well, the question, yeah, you're right. And I don't know. What's the salary? I mean, it's got to be public knowledge, right? It's probably a pay cut because she's a successful lawyer, so she probably doesn't want to reduce her salary by 75%. But
successful. She lost.
Like I've never met a poor lawyer, so I would think. Plus, her husband makes a ton of money too, so she probably doesn't want to deal with it. You're probably right, but I'm always, it's interesting because you always see the speculation, and you say, well, who are these sources? Who's putting it out there? Is it the direct person? Is it people in the know? But I was.
She's a managing partner, Greg, of her own law firm.
Yeah, Dawn, you defend him. You defend Haba. Get her. Get him. Get everybody.
I know lawyers lose sometimes. High profile cases. I get it. Doesn't make you a loser.
I've chatted with a few lawyers in the know at Trump National in Philadelphia that have said that she's got guts, but that she leaves a little bit to be desired in the courtroom, and that's from Trump some Trump surrogates. So I'm going to keep those ones unnamed. But anyway, I was going to talk about this regardless because she was considered one of the four. Politico had a story out there that it was Caroline Leavitt, Elena Haba, Scott Jennings, and there's other long shot names. Katie Pavlich was mentioned, Megyn Kelly. Megyn Kelly would also be great at it, but there's no way in hell Megyn Kelly's going to leave making whatever she's making to do that national show she does for this role. I would argue that Caroline Leavitt has probably locked up the job, right? She's 27. She's really good. She was out there on the campaign trail. Give her credit throughout the summer months. She's on CNN. She's on MSNBC. She's on the Sunday morning shows. Caroline Leavitt has done a really great job at elevating her profile. I would argue, along with J.D. Vance, nobody was more visible than those two during the campaign while Trump was doing what Trump was doing, and some of these other people were out there making, their cases and making a name for themselves. So I would have no problem with Caroline Leavitt.
To be honest with you guys, I think Trump should just come out there every day and do it.
I would like Scott Jennings. They've got Scott Jennings, the CNN political commentator who was a part of Bush 43's administration. I mean, he goes into the Lions Den every night. Not that Abby Phillips is a tough person to spar with, but the panel gives him no credit.
Since I'm on a roll today with unpopular takes,
go ahead.
Let me give you another one.
Go ahead.
What if we just do away with the press secretary?
No, I like
you
it.
need
It's
that.
great
You
theater.
need, you need you need somebody to give the daily information.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. And after sitting through 2.5 years of the binder, I need to cleanse my my podium soul.
I don't know, guys. I'm disagreeing. I don't think it's the the most important job that you need to have somebody in the world we live in now with social media and everything, like you don't.
Well, in the content business, it's better when it's the other party in power with the White House press secretary.
But it's an entire office, though. It's not just one person. So maybe that it's Kayleigh McEnany or whoever that individual is. But there's an entire communications office. There's a communications director. You know what I mean? And so you have, and by the way, you have those jobs. I mean, I guess, what are you suggesting? They make a hub? That would be interesting if somebody like Elon Musk or Vivek Ramaswamy, if they would look at that and say, do we hub? Because the Pentagon, the Department of Defense, all of these big bureaucratic governments, each of them, they all have their own press secretary.
What if we just, like, instead of doing the press briefings every day or a couple of days a week like they do, what if Trump just comes out one day a month and just, does a press conference for 2 hours and talks to the press?
He probably will do that.
Because you want somebody, because he does do that.
He'll be far more visible than Joe or Kamala.
But you want somebody who is, looking at all of that. There is so much policy, and the president of the United States, I don't think should be bogged down with that.
I'm all for creating hubs and then giving out free food, but then the email has to come out as to whether or not you're allowed to go get the free food in the hub. That's the kind of hub I'm interested in.
Do we really learn anything though? Like the White House lies. The press tries to have gotcha moments. It's it's a wasted exercise.
No, see, that's right. I'm not interested in learning anything. I'm interested in the sound bites and the combative jousting between whether it's when you have a Democrat in office and it's Psaki or the Binder up against Deuceman and Heinrich, or now vice versa, it'll be the mainstream media up against Caroline Leavitt and the Trump administration. That's what I'm just looking for, the content of the back and forth with the ahas and the gotcha moments like you're talking about. And learn anything. It's all spin anyway.
Agreed.
Well, all these jobs, you can look it up and it's public information. But
what does the White House press secretary make? Do we know?
So all of those kinds of jobs make about $179,000 a year.
Yeah, you're not going to get anybody.
Deputy assistant.
You're not going to get anybody good for that job.
So you're telling me Tucker Carlson won't leave $20 million a year for $180 a year?
Did you see that phony? There was a phony
letterhead.
Letterhead that Tucker Carlson. Yeah. And when I saw that, I knew it was a phony, but it made me smile. Can you imagine Tucker Carlson?
We'll do it live.
He would just be up there firing fastballs.
That's what I mean. It's become such a joke position anyway. Who
it's
cares?
It's theater, right?
It's all theater.
It's a
production.
production.
And it's just like, you're taking a lot of crap for $179,000,
right.
And it doesn't seem to be worth it to me.
No.
To I don't know, just have Trump out there a couple times a month, just riffing with the press. That's way more beneficial to me than a spokesperson.
Can you imagine if he just said, "I'm going to circumvent that whole process and I'm just going to join, a certain show each month, and that's how you're going to get me"? I mean, he does things in a different way. Of course, you're not going to do that.
Well, isn't that's an interesting point. That's an interesting point. Like, do like a town hall or something like that on X or something where the people can ask questions.
Yeah, the hell with X.
F the press.
Yeah.
F the press.
Well, no.
Stop with the press.
So the way to do that,
do it
because
with us.
You have
Yes,
a press
thank
briefing room. So the way to do that, because it's daily. It's a daily briefing that they're required to give, and you see the binder. I mean, there's a ton of information that they're supposed to be disseminating, and we don't talk about it every day, but it's a lot of information that they give out.
Well, yeah.
So the way to do that is, instead of having ABC, NBC, Fox, blah, 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 bring up those different, have citizen journalists, have the Daily Caller, have your local different individuals who are just citizen journalists, and let them be in the front row.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you have to have the so-called big three in the front row? You don't.
I agree.
I think that you are correct. He should do something on a social platform or on radio or somewhere on a podcast, or rotate and take questions from people,
right? Not
the press.
I agree. I totally agree. 855-839-1210, the phone number.
Yeah, the PA Pyrotechnic fan says that members of Congress make that salary, that $179,000, so they should become millionaires on the job? ? It's a great point. It's a great point. All of these people, just infuriating.
They make a lot of money, right?
Can we investigate the Pelosi's?
Please don't bother me with such frivolity.
Can we investigate the Pelosi's and their insider trading?
I'd like to investigate every single person in Congress.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. We'll start with them and then everybody else.
That's why we got to have term limits for all these bozos, so they're not walking out of their gazillionaires.
Road Warrior, stalker, free speech lives here. Also, stalker, F the press.
Man, we all get policed. We all get policed.
I am a walking contradiction. I know
we
that.
all are.
We're
all hypocrites.
But just so you know, they already have. I mean, actually, Dan Scavino was the one in the past Trump administration, because I'm looking all these up. He was assistant to the president and the director of social media. So all these jobs that you're talking about already exist. They already they already had all these jobs. I mean, you look at the list of all of these, assistant to so-and-so and the deputy advisor and the counsel to the president and the senior advisor for blah, blah, blah.
That's right.
All of those jobs that we're talking about they start at 187, and most of them are 179 to 165, but they all make more than six-figure salaries. All these jobs.
I got to tell you guys that it's so infuriating to see what normal businesses go through on a yearly basis, where there's constantly layoffs, and it's happening in our industry right now.
Yeah.
So why is government immune from that? Why do they get this inflated then we're like an assistant to the assistant and an assistant's assistant and this person and that person. Like why are they immune from that? So that's why I am all for whoever comes in and just starts slashing some of these jobs, because it's a waste.
You're
we
all
don't
for
need
DOGE, right?
All these
whatever.
It's amazing when you start looking, and these are people you've never heard of, and their title starts with special assistant to the president, and then it's presidential personnel, media affairs, trade and manufacturing. I mean, all the policy people. It's hundreds of these jobs, and none of them, by the way, and some of these are 26-year-olds. They start at $107,000.
Yeah, and none of them do anything to generate revenue from their position. All they do is bilk away from people.
The chief calligrapher.
Yeah.
Calligrapher. I got to be careful with that. Makes $102,000.
Yeah.
It is
like, oh my goodness.
I don't understand how we are just completely immune from all of how government is completely immune from all this waste. We're not.
No.
The private citizens aren't.
No.
So why is government?
But the scary part is the private citizens that are oblivious to all of this, that are unaware of what's going on.
And you get these jobs. You get these jobs in government, and you have them for life. And you get pension, and you get this, you get that.
Yeah.
You get these sweetheart deals. And there's no oversight with anything.
Nope. You basically have to kill somebody to get ousted. It's unbelievable.
And even then, they can just cover it up.
Even then, they just disappear.
Transfer you.
Right? They just delete emails. All right, 7:46. We'll come back and get to a Thursday edition of What is on the Cut Sheet. But first, a word from my friends at DuckDuckGo. They are back for a second time around because they want to go from being great to, I don't know what above great is. Maybe the greatest of all time. And how do you do that? Well, you're already good, but you want to make privacy even better. So you subscribe with a 3-in-1 privacy service. And that is what they are doing now, because they want to take your security to the next level. And I'm happy to have them back. And I subscribed to DuckDuckGo's Privacy Pro package, and I hope you will do the same as well. Now, with that subscription-based service, you're going to get 3 different things. First of all, the secure VPN, right? You're traveling, you're working, you got your cell phone, you've got your iPad, your laptop. We have all these devices, right? Well, you're going to get 5 devices, up to 5 at one time. Secondly, you're going to get identity theft restoration. That is very big, because so many times we are having our identity taken out right from underneath our nose, and we don't even know about it sometimes. And they're going to flag that. They're going to help you, and they're going to make sure that all of your personal information will be removed. We're talking debit cards, credit cards, social security numbers, addresses, things like that. So take advantage of this special offer now. And many of you did just over a year and a half ago, the first time DuckDuckGo was with us. You downloaded the app, you used that search engine. But here's what you do now. Just go to duckduckgo.com/1210. That's going to get you a free 7-day trial offer. And then after that, it's just $10 a month. Is your identity worth $10 per month? I think it is for me. I hope you feel the same way as well. DuckDuckGo.com/1210, and thank us later.
Got a shopping list a mile long but need to charge your EV? No problem. Now you can fill up your cart and your battery at the same time. With a convenient network of Shell recharge stations at some of your favorite shopping spots, you can get everything done in one trip. Shop for groceries, clothes, and more while your EV charges up. And never miss a beat. Shell Recharge. Download the Shell app today to find the nearest Shell Recharge location. For more information on locations and how Shell measures reliability, visit shell.us/Shell Recharge.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
You can live out your MasterChef dreams when you find a professional on Angie to tackle your dream kitchen remodel. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
Stirring fiber, exercising, frequent trips to the store for more laxatives and fiber. Sounds like your constipation with belly pain is a lot to manage. But if your symptoms that keep coming back are signs of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, ask your doctor how Linzess can help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LANZESS.
At the Acura Season of Performance event, every car is ready to match the energy of winter. Own the mountain roads with available super handling all-wheel drive in the TLX, RDX, and MDX. And power through the storm with the all-electric ZDX's flexible charging packages. Own the energy of the season at the Acura Season of Performance event going on now. Acura, precision crafted performance.
Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester today.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie. Tune in to Your Radio Doctor every Saturday afternoon at 5 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT for the latest healthcare news and information, because your health is your wealth. That's Your Radio Doctor, Saturdays at 5.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
$7:53 Thursday morning. It's Kayal and Company. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your Thursday.
Control to Major Tom.
Game day in Philadelphia. The Eagles Commander action tonight before we get to our Friday. Before we get to the weekend, Sean Farish confirming he will join us for a second time this week. We'll chat with him tomorrow at 8:30. Veteran Spotlight coming up at 9:40 this morning. Also, still some other good stories to get to that we have to hit on, including why Hollywood is quiet post-election and RFK Jr., who is still pushing for his HHS secretary appointment. But he also had some comments and some thoughts on what Donald Trump consumes in his daily diet, which is actually a pretty funny story that we'll talk about, but that is coming up after the cut sheet. Right now, let's get to it. 7:54. Let's see what Stocker has on that cut sheet, shall we?
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday? Brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo. Right now, lease an all-wheel drive XC90 for as low as $687 per month. Using all applicable rebates. See store for details. Relationships really do matter at Cherry Hill Volvo. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Starting with cut 12, Phil. We talked about the DOGE, Vivek and Elon.
Yep.
Vivek was on with Hannity last night talking about this new government. It's not really a position. They're kind of just like they're there as what's the word? They're there as like advisors.
Advisors,
right?
Contractors.
Where they make recommendations, right? That's a good way of saying it. Yeah.
They make policy recommendations.
Policy recommendations. Say, hey, you know this department over here? It's costing you X amount of dollars, and we could probably trim half of it, right?
Yep. I don't know if people are more excited for the concept or the fact that the two voices and faces are so recognizable behind the concept, right? Like I think we all want to get rid of all of these agencies that are just stealing money and doing nothing that nobody will know they're gone to begin with. And then you take two very visible and vocal guys like Elon and Vivek, and I think it's a double win.
All right, go with Vivek, please.
Look, the $2 trillion, I stand corrected. No, I want to be very clear about the scale. I want to be very clear about the scale that we're thinking here. We're not thinking small. We're playing big here because we have a once-in-a-generation mandate right now. The American people have voted for drastic reform of the government, and our federal government is broken. It's no secret that it is a fourth branch of government, the administrative state that makes most of the rules, that creates a federal bureaucracy that's hampering our economy. So what do we want to do? We want to go in and slash and burn that bureaucracy to help Americans, stimulate the economy, and to restore self-governance again, Sean. The people we elect to run the government, they're not even the ones who run the government anymore. It's these unelected bureaucrats. Republican politicians have talked about fixing this for a long time, not with a lot of progress. So I do think it's going to take a couple of outsiders. Elon and I have built a great friendship over the last year. We're working together intensely, and we're not going to stop till we get the job done.
Let me ask you guys a question.
Yep.
Elon Musk invested a lot of money, a lot of time, a lot of stuff into the Trump administration, the Trump campaign.
And X.
Do you think he's comfortable sharing this job title with Vivek, or do you think he wanted his own thing?
Reportedly, Vivek is because he's from Ohio, so he's teed up to run to take J.D. Vance's senator spot in Ohio.
Yeah,
that's the insider report I'm getting.
Yeah, I've seen that. The other thing too is, can you do both? I guess you probably could, because this DOGE is not necessarily a official position. But I look at it from the other perspective of all the talk is great. Vivek is a great talker. If Elon Musk doesn't deliver with the Department of Government Efficiency, Elon Musk is going to be just fine. Tesla's value is through the roof right now. Like, Elon Musk can afford to fail. Whether or not Vivek ends up going into the Senate in Ohio is a totally different conversation. I don't think Vivek has enough cachet yet where he can talk a good game and survive if he fails. Up and coming star, 39 years old. Okay, you want to talk about slash and burn, right? Unelected bureaucrats, the administrative state. It's all great to say that. It's more difficult to pull that off and get it accomplished. He's the guy I'm watching, because I've said since the primary of last year, nobody's stock went up higher. Of all the people, Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, this guy, that guy, this gal, nobody's star went up more than Vivek Ramaswamy. So now he's technically in a position for the first time. Let's see what you can do. And I think he'll do well because he's a businessman.
Yeah, he's brilliant. Both of these guys are brilliant guys. My question, neither of them are going to fail. This is a newly created department where Trump released a statement. They want to slash bureaucracy, but they're also looking at what they're doing. And I don't even know if they're going to take a salary, because then they circumvent.
They don't really need it.
They don't need it, but think about what it circumvents. If you name these guys as like policy advisors and they take no salary, then there's not really government oversight. I know that Elon Musk had posted that this is all going to be posted online for maximum transparency. But as far as these two, you can certainly imagine that the swamp is going to push back. And there are guidelines. Because legitimately, you might say, well, wait a minute. These are two billionaires with biggity big companies, and they're going to be looking at regulations when those regulations are impacting their, especially Elon's company. He has government contracts. And so yes, they need the transparency. I will just say to you, to do this, what their job is, they're not going to go in physically and bring a group of federal employees and say, you're fired. That's not what their job is. Their job is to create the data and look at these statistics and look at the efficiency or lack thereof of whole departments. That's their job, and they're not going to fail. In my opinion, there's zero chance they're going to fail. The problem is what they're going to reveal on, and if they post this online and they do what they're promising, what they're saying is they're going to go in like one department, whatever that is, and they're going to say, look at all of these like hundreds of people, just what I did. I mean, I did it when we were having a chat, and I was like, you should see the one side. It was like, OMG. Yeah. There are like 1,000 jobs. Nobody's making under, I mean, the lowest paid person is making like 80,000. Most of them are making well over 100 grand. And you don't know, they're like an assistant to an assistant to an assistant. It's like, OMG, what? And they overlap. That's what they're going to do. And they're going to use apps and data collection. They're going to go in there and they're going to expose it. But then who's the one who actually goes in and says, whoosh, we're getting rid of all these jobs?
I want to know the person who goes in and says, what do you actually do?
By the way, if you're watching on YouTube, no, that is not an illusion. Santa Claus is behind me.
What?
Santa Claus is behind me.
I don't see anything on the screen that says Santa Claus is behind you.
Look at the chair. Look at the chair.
I'm looking at your chair.
No, the chair behind me in the window.
Oh. It's like a little Santa.
Oh, jeez.
That's hysterical.
Oh, man.
See, there he is.
Yeah.
There he is. Scratching his back.
He's stuffing the Odyssey stockings.
It's hysterical.
He's hugging Bill. Oh, well, Bill's doing what Bill does. Walk down the hall.
That's hysterical.
YouTube.com.
By the way,
WPHT.
Our boy, my golf buddy Bill from the B Morning Show.
We love you, Bill.
What do you think he does more? Walks down the hall or segments per day? Even money on both? Like 12 to 12?
But see, he's very efficient. So he can do that.
Yeah, he is. Department of Radio Efficiency.
Well,
that Dora.
Let's see. I know this happened. This happened during Dawn show yesterday, but we haven't really had a chance to comment on it. This is cut 11. President Trump and President Biden meet in the Oval Office yesterday. It's on the front cover of literally every newspaper this morning. The shake heard around the world.
That's right.
By the way, roaring fire with between those two. Big fire.
Look, getting a little chilly out.
Yeah, we're just looking at this. That's a big ass fire.
Yep.
I play this.
Well, Mr. President-elect and former President, thank you. Donald, congratulations. Thank you. And looking forward to having like we said, a smooth transition. Do everything we can to make sure you're accommodated, what you need. And we're going to get a chance to talk about some of that today. So good. Welcome
Thank you
back.
very much. And thank you very much. And politics is tough. And it's, in many cases, not a very nice world, but it is a nice world today, and I appreciate it very much. A transition that's so smooth, it'll be as smooth as it can get, and I very much appreciate that, Joe.
You're welcome.
Look, I know I tried to jail you. I know I've called you Hitler. I know people have shot bullets at you, but you know what? We're going to make sure everything is smooth. You've got your 3 meals a day. The bed will be folded, and when you take over, it'll be your house again, sir. I'm telling you. You know what's amazing is just seeing those pictures yesterday, and I saw that clip as well. But my God, if you don't, and look, yes, it's important, but ultimately it's also a sideshow circus production. I mean, we're talking about what was the Al Smith dinner 3 Thursdays ago? Chuck Schumer, yucking it up with Trump. Mm-hmm. It's just amazing. And it's always been that way. It's nothing new, but the newness is the rhetoric of. He's Hitler. He's a threat to democracy. He's going to take away my rights. And then it's, let's shake hands. Like, we know it's always been, like a football game. And at the end of the day, you have a beer with them afterwards. This time it feels different. And I actually want to give Trump a little credit because I don't know that I could sit there just knowing my mindset, my mentality, and my temperament
If I went through what he did, forget the first 4 years when he was in office, but just the last 2.5, I don't know that I could sit there and smile. Like, I would go through, I would shake hands, I'd sit down, but like to actually put on a smile on his face, I'd be like, dude, people trying to take my head off because of your rhetoric. Kudos to him. Better man than I am, I guess.
Do you think Trump tells Biden that he'll pardon Hunter?
I think Joe's going to pardon Hunter before
I don't.
he leaves.
I disagree.
He said he wouldn't.
I don't.
Yeah.
But wouldn't it be something? Because there's only 2 people that can do it.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't it be something if Trump did it?
It'd be a great sign. It'd be a great sign of unity. Yes.
Well, it goes along with.
I wouldn't bet on it, but I'm just saying it would be an interesting turn of events. Wouldn't it?
Because when would Trump do it? To your point, he would do it when he takes office and he commutes the sentences of non-violent J6ers. And then in there, he says, and Hunter Biden, who was a drug addict at the time and had all kinds of issues, and I know it's an IRS issue, but he was a drug addict, and we're just gonna commute or pardon him or whatever. Yeah, I could see it, but it would be important to do it when he commutes the sentences of those J6ers.
Yeah, I am. You definitely, and again, you're to your credit, Dawn, and the way you frame it, the nonviolent ones, the ones that truly, really did nothing wrong, that had their rights violated and were made an example of. I mean, look, I get it.
And jailed for they're sentenced 15 years.
Yeah, who was the one guy that we played clips of? It was a long time ago on the cut sheet. The guy that was in a broom closet, like for weeks on end. Like, those people need to be taken care of before Hunter Biden, with all due respect. And again, I'm consistent. Like I've said, I'm sorry, Hunter Biden, you've had, and yes, I know we all have addicts in our life, but eventually there's got to be accountability and responsibility for your actions. And just because you're the president's son doesn't give you special dispensation. But I do agree it will go a long way in the name of unity.
Again, I don't think it's going to happen, but I just said.
So all right, so let's, how about we all go on record here? No pardon, and this is a prediction, not what we would do, but what we think will happen. No pardon at all, Joe pardons Hunter, or Trump pardons Hunter. What do you guys think will happen?
I think somebody will pardon Hunter. Hunter's not going to jail.
I don't think, Hunter, I don't think anybody, no. I don't think anybody's pardoning Hunter. I don't think Hunter goes to jail. I think
Hunter he just accepts a guilty sentence and a probation.
Some community service probation thing. Yes. I don't think he's going to jail either ways. So I think it's going to kind of be a moot point.
Okay.
If you're putting my back against the wall and saying, well, what's your prediction? That's my prediction.
Okay.
So let's go through some of the, so we talked a lot in the 6 o'clock hour about Matt Gaetz being named Attorney General. This is what Speaker of the House Mike Johnson said after Matt Gaetz resigned yesterday. This is cut 10. Phil, go.
Matt and I were classmates. We came to Congress at the same time in the 115th Congress in January 2017. And alphabetically, we're seated right next to one another in Judiciary Committee. We served there together for 7 years. Some of y'all who cover Judiciary know those are long meetings. So I got to know Matt very well. Look, I'll say this. Everyone who served with him will tell you he's one of the most intelligent members of Congress. He's an accomplished attorney. He's very concerned about the lawfare that has been occurring in the Department of Justice under the Biden administration, and the fact that the American people have lost their faith in our institutions of justice because of everything that they've seen. He's a reformer in his mind and heart, and I think that he'll bring a lot to the table on that. I think out of deference to us, he issued his resignation letter effective immediately of Congress. That caught us by surprise a little bit, but I asked him what the reasoning was, and he said, well, you can't have too many absences. So under Florida state law, there's about an 8-week period to select and fill a vacant seat. And so by doing so today, that allows me, I've already placed a call to Governor DeSantis in Florida and said, let's start the clock. He's in Italy at the moment, and so we're going to talk first thing in the morning about this. And if we start the clock now, if you do the math, we may be able to fill that seat as early as January 3rd when we take the new oath of office for the new Congress. So Matt would have done us a great service by making that decision as he did on the fly. And so we're grateful for that. So we move forward. Look, I'll say this about people have asked me all day long, President Trump is poaching all of your talent. Yes, but we have an embarrassment of riches here. The Republican conference is full of talented people who are extraordinary leaders and have great expertise, and everyone in this Congress, in this conference, could serve in a leadership position in the administration. But I have.
It's a great point by Mike Johnson there, MAGA Mike, as some people call him. The Republican Party, as I've been saying for about 2 years on this show, a much deeper bench of young, up-and-coming people in the political arena. So it was nice to see that Mike and Gates together were the incoming class. They sat together in the cafeteria. They had apple pie a la mode, and they bonded over their commonalities. But I mean, look, I do think, again, I'm not a huge fan of Gates's baggage, so to speak, or some of the theatrics, but I do like the fact that he's got a set of stones on him, and I do think he will be good. I just hope that he delivers on his, because I don't want to live in a country where we are going after our political rivals. We talk about third world banana republic, right? We thought it was wrong that they went after Trump that way. I don't think Trump's going to do this whole retribution thing. I know all these Trump said he's going to get revenge. Trump has said he doesn't have time for revenge. His ultimate revenge is success. And in reality, yes, he's got 4 years, but technically he's got 2 years, right? Until the next set of midterms. Trump's got to get a lot of good stuff done in 2 years. He doesn't have time to go after and pay and wage petty wars against people that tried to, unseat him in many different regards.
This clip is making the rounds, and I'm curious what you guys think about this. This is we talked yesterday about Pete Hegseth being picked as Trump's defense secretary. In this podcast clip that he was on, he talks about women in combat.
Okay.
And I want to get both of your takes on this, because this is making the rounds, because obviously he's going to run the Defense Department. Just play a little bit of it. I'm not going to play the whole thing.
Okay.
You don't like women in combat?
No.
Why not?
I love women service members who contribute amazingly, because everything about men and women serving together makes the situation more complicated, and complication in combat means casualties are worse. And when you actually go into the hood, again, and I got response. I've got 99% positive response to this. A little bit of pushback, but when you actually break down what they did in the studies to open the door for women in combat, I mean, they just ignored them. So the Marine Corps was the only service that actually tried to fight back and say, and now obviously I'm exempting special operations, which thus far has held the line fairly well. Because if they were lowering the standard to become a Navy SEAL, just to let women inside the Navy SEALs, that's going to change the capabilities and ethos of the Navy SEALs, except for a very small example of some, female super soldier who's capable of doing it. But because of how Washington works, they're going to change the standards. They're going to push for quotas. We have numerous quotes in the book of, these standards aren't changing. They're just evolving. Okay? They're just evolving.
Okay.
To meet the needs of today.
They're not getting tougher.
They're not getting tougher. No. So they're getting lower. Take someone like Milley. I mean, he was calling down to individual units to make sure they had female company commanders after they graduated from Ranger School. Like, what's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs doing pushing company command slots for? It's all an agenda. It's all to say, we have this first, or we have this, that. So that's proliferated everywhere. The reason women started getting in combat is because of forward support companies, and they were, we were integrating a lot of the rear echelon activities into BCTs, brigade combat teams, that were now deploying forward as an entity. And so you had women truck drivers or fuel or mechanics on these convoys in Iraq and Afghanistan, and then they'd be ambushed or hit by IEDs, and suddenly now you have women in combat. That's maybe a modern reality in a 360 battlefield. That's different than intentionally saying we're going to put women into combat roles so they will do the combat jobs of men, knowing that we've changed the standards in putting them there, which means you've changed the capability of that unit. And if you say you haven't, you're a liar, because everybody knows between bone density and lung capacity and muscle strength, men and women are just different. And so if you want to, I'm okay with the idea that you maintain the standards where they are for everybody. And if there's some, hard charging female that meets that standard, great.
There you go.
Cool. Join the infantry battalion.
Yep.
But that is not what's happened.
Yeah.
What has happened is the standards have lowered because the general comes by and asks a question. You know what questions are when generals ask questions. They're just a command. Lieutenant or captain or major, why aren't there more women in your unit? That means get some more women in your unit now. And that moves all the way through the training pipeline. And so I'm surprised there hasn't been more blowback on that already in the book, because I'm straight up just saying we should not have women in combat roles.
You know, I actually think most people probably agree with that. And I think the way to look at it, and first right off the top, you know, Pete Hegseth has forgotten more about the military and what it takes than I'll ever know. But I look at it from whether it's the military, whether it's the workplace, whether it's university admissions, sports. I've always said merit is the guiding principle, right? It's one of the key components to capitalism. That's why I'm so against diversity, equity, and inclusion. I'm not interested in lowering standards to hit quotas. The best people get the jobs, right? Same thing with police. Now all of a sudden we're going to lower the standard to be a police officer or a firefighter. Look, if you are somebody that's a female and you're a badass and you can do it, that's great. I mean, I just posted a video during one of the commercials of Tulsi Gabbard on the range doing her military training. Tulsi Gabbard looks like she can withstand a lot. So I would take Tulsi Gabbard as a fit, badass female over some sloppy, out-of-shape fat guy like myself, right? So it's all about the standard. What is the standard? I'm not lowering the bar, and I'm not doing it for race, for gender, for sexual orientation. There's, you know, it's just in any walk of life, you got to be able to prove you can do the job. You should not be put there because of identity politics. So I agree with Pete Hegseth there.
Yeah, so, I mean, this is not something new that we've talked about. It was, you know, combat roles. Women have served in these combat roles since they've been allowed to since 2013. There are still some exceptions, important exceptions. But I think the way that he worded that is the appropriate way to say that if you are in the military and you are headed into combat, you should, and it's for your safety as well as the safety of your fellow combatants. Because let's say that individual that gets gunned down and you have to carry that individual, right, or whatever. So you should have strength. What would you say? Standards.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, whatever the metrics are, right? And again, I'm just
whatever that
totally
you should be able to,
here.
Do this many push-ups, lift this much weight. You
run this many miles in this many minutes. Yep.
All of that. And so if you can do that, your gender does not matter.
I agree.
And, you know, we talk about this in the issue of men playing, biological males playing in girls' and women's sports. So I think it's you know, the same thing that you have, on one hand, you have biological males playing in girls' and women's sports, and everybody says, well, that's okay. I just think in all of these things, just have physical standards. But when it comes to combat, there's another issue here, and that is you've got a bunch of like 19-year-old guys, and they're in a war zone, and they're living together. And I know people don't want to talk about this kind of stuff, but it's real, and it affects them. So they are wired, not just they're wired to protect somebody who's smaller and weaker. And that's okay for me to say as a woman. And so do I want my son to go into combat and feel like because of DEI or whatever, the look of things in society, that his life is at greater risk, that he is forced to be on a front line or in a combat zone where he could die because of some social issue or quota or whatever, so that somebody there is much weaker, not a little bit weaker, but and we just have to say it.
Yeah, that's why I always talk about the blind resume test, right? Whether it's admissions for a university or entry into combat, if you take away the name and the gender and you say, okay, well, this is the GPA and this was your SATs, I don't want to know what the race is. I want to look at whose body of work is deserving of acceptance. Same thing in the military. Give me blind resumes. Okay, bench presses 225 10 times, runs a mile in 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Okay, reveal the identity. Oh,
strength and
it's a chick.
stamina.
She's in.
Yep.
the hell is happening here?
What?
No, there's just,
Greg is so distracted.
It's Christmas. Isn't it amazing how radio stations just come alive? They're like ghost towns.
Like they're
and then all
actually
of a
people
sudden,
here.
You know, you think there's
Yeah.
a pandemic about to break out.
Santa Claus is here.
Oh,
There's
God.
bees here. What do you guys think? Tying this to RFK Jr. What do you guys think of? What if it's not DEI that is lowering the standards? What if it's the health of young people now, where 70% of young men can't pass physicals because they're fatzos? You know
That's
what I mean?
right.
Like what? Maybe they're lowering the standards because they're like, hey, you know what? We need people to enlist, and we don't have, the majority of people who are enlisting can't pass wellness tests.
Well, it's kind of a double-edged sword. It's like a two-pronged issue right now. We have a generation that is very much anti-war, that doesn't want to join the military. Then you throw in all the woke nonsense and the fact that 7 out of 10 dudes, as you said, are fatzos. Kind of hard to hit all your numbers with all these things working against it, right?
But seriously, you know what I mean? Like everybody's pre-diabetic. Everybody has, it's this, and at a young age too. So maybe we're lowering the standards because they're like, guys, we need recruits, and this is not cutting it.
That's why I want Bobby Kennedy to get the HHS job.
Well, I will say this, that I think that look at the Israel model, for example. So in Israel, I don't know if you know people. I know people who. So in Israel, you have to sign up when you're 18, and you do 2 years. It's incredible. And so you work out and you serve your country. It's kind of like a Peace Corps type thing, but you're trained. They learn self-defense. They learn it's so much. It's incredible, and it tees them up. That's why they're healthier, because it's a fitness program. To me personally, to do that even in the high schools, to start that kind of, in other words, a fitness program where you do fitness and health and nutrition, and you make that part of, I think it's a great program that you make that part of your school system. I love that idea. That's what Israel does. It's very successful, keeps them healthy, and also a feeling of self-esteem, pride, all of that.
It's amazing how certain countries over in Asia or in Europe have got it figured out, and we're just completely inept. We're out of shape. We're all it's just unbelievable. Our nation is so inefficient in so many capacities. It's amazing that we're still as good as we are.
Hey, Justin on the YouTube chat, you don't like what we're talking about? Go somewhere else, you dope. God, I just
what's
slow news day. You guys beat topics to death. Shut up.
Beat topics to death.
Oh God.
Cover more topics than any show known to man.
Shut up. Block him, Phil.
He just
block him.
He might have. Here's the thing: some people are just rolling out of bed right now.
Yeah.
But we have given probably, I don't know, 75 news stories.
Oh my God.
Since 6 a.m. By the way,
we started with the Senate, then we got the administration,
local
we got
news,
Gabbard and Gates.
I just like to call people out.
Statewide news.
Yes, press secretary, Joe and Trump yesterday,
and the new Christmas tree at City Hall.
Yes.
I mean, literally. 75 news stories I've given this morning.
You know, we ought to go subscription service model. If you're to get in the YouTube chat, it's like DuckDuckGo. It's going to cost you $10 a month.
Speaking of subscription stuff, it's not a subscription, but Joy Reid and Don Lemon are leaving X.
I'm Don Lemon, and you will respect me. You will watch me.
You guys can take a dealer's choice. This is like a murderer's row of terrible people. Dawn, since you kind of know both of them,
Dawn, you better keep your mouth closed.
I'm gonna ask you first. Who would you like me to start with, Don Lemon or Joy Reid?
Don Lemon.
Okay.
Yeah, get him, Dawn. Let's go.
Works here in Philadelphia.
Mixed tag match. You take care of Lemon. I'll take care of Joy.
Not a nice person. Very apathetic. Self-involved.
Don Lemon, go.
Hi, everyone. I have loved connecting with all of you on Twitter and then on X for all of these years. But it's time for me to leave the platform.
Goodbye.
I once believed that it was a place for honest debate and discussion, transparency and free speech. But I now feel it does not serve that purpose. In addition, starting this Friday, November 15th, X is implementing new terms of service, which, among other things, states that, quote, all disputes be brought exclusively in the U.S. District Court for the Northern District of Texas or state courts located in Tarrant County, Texas, end quote. The full terms of service can be found on my written statement or on the X website. Now, as the Washington Post recently reported on X's decision to change the terms, this, quote, ensures that such lawsuits will be heard in courthouses that are a hub for conservatives, which experts say could make it easier for X to shield itself from litigation and punish critics. I think that speaks for itself. You can find me on YouTube at The Don Lemon Show, or on TikTok and Facebook at Don Lemon, and on Instagram and Blue Sky at Don Lemon Official. I hope you will join me there. Thanks.
Thanks.
Won't be joining.
What? Just. I know you don't know, but if you had to guess, Dawn, what would you say his payout was from CNN?
Too much.
Do you think it was enough for him to live the rest of his life on?
No.
No? Wow.
No, but it was a multi-million-dollar payout.
Okay.
But not enough. You know, Donnie lives quite the lavish life. Yeah. Let us not forget.
Yeah, well, you see, when you get those big payouts and you live lavishly, that nest egg doesn't last as long as you would think. I'm glad he's leaving. I'm glad that anybody. Look, here's the deal.
Oh wait, excuse me, $24.5 million payout.
Okay,
so I retract what I just said.
That's enough for the rest of his life.
Well, maybe not. Maybe he's living. If he has a condo in the Upper East Side.
Well, I mean, after taxes, that's about 15 million.
Yeah.
You parse that out.
Sure, he has a house in the Hamptons.
Well, sell it off, downsize, bud. What are you gonna do?
CN's, there were all these reports, and somehow I missed that one. But they reportedly reached an agreement with a payout of $24.5 million after he was fired, probably because he had a good agent and an ironclad contract.
Yeah.
So they had to buy him out.
Yeah. Another loser who, by the way, can't handle free speech. He can't handle Trump winning. So for me, it's very simple. It's the same thing as when we talk about these people. I'm going to leave the country if Trump wins. First of all, you don't need to tell us. Secondly, nobody cares. Good. Third, good, and go. It's fine. Like, nobody is stopping you from leaving. So if you want to play on TikTok or YouTube, which we're on right now, Facebook, Instagram, any of the meta platforms, knock yourself out, right? But the richness to this is the actual letterhead that I have right in my hands here. Look at this. He actually posted after that video.
Is that real?
Yes, look at it. Phil's got it up.
Wow.
And it's verbatim what he said in the video.
Excuse me.
The Don Lemon Show. I hope you will follow me and find me on these platforms. And he's got the yellow DL microphone. That's the microphone that he was doing Man About Town videos.
All right, then let's go to Joy Reid.
Oh, yeah.
She has also deleted her X account.
Okay.
Play Joy Reid.
Hey guys, today I finally did something I've been meaning to do for a while.
That's her deleting her.
Yep.
It's
deactivated.
And the reason for doing it, and kissing goodbye my 1.9 million followers over there, is because I hadn't been posting for a long time. I just didn't want to contribute content once it was purchased by its present owner. But just having it there, I was only holding on to it because I, really didn't want someone trying to take over that name and using it for nefarious purposes. I was a little bit worried about that. And also every so often I would use it to just sort of look at news that was trending and what's happening. And I would just sort of use it as an aggregator. But I just realized that's not really worth it, because in order to do the news aggregation and just look at all, you have to wade through a lot of dreck and a lot of just abuse and a lot of just negativity, and it's just not worth it.
Yeah.
And,
a lot of sexist comments on there. Time Magazine in April of 2022 had a great article, and it said, billionaires have always owned the media. Musk is no great threat. And that, I think, is what you should just shove back in anybody's face. So you don't like the fact. By the way, they all used to love Elon Musk. They loved him until he restored free speech on X.
Of course.
But, Jeff Bezos, he bought the Washington Post, bazillionaire. Amazon, the Murdochs. The media has always been owned by the super wealthy. This is nothing new. It's just that you don't like it. So that's fine. Like The Guardian. We have stories every now and then from The Guardian. As a, media outlet, so to speak, The Guardian says we will stand up to 4 more years of Donald Trump, and in doing so, we have also decided to leave X. So whether you're an individual media personality or journalist or a host or an actual publication or outlet, if you want to leave X, that's fine. Nobody's going to miss you.
I don't understand why they all have to make these big pronouncements that they're leaving. Just leave.
Well, Dawn nailed it earlier when she did the imitation of them leaving.
I don't remember that.
You don't remember that? Dawn was.
You don't remember?
Sorry. Senator John Fetterman.
I said like a child. I'm leaving
yes.
now.
Yeah,
or a teenager.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm walking out. Shh.
Yep.
I'm walking out the door.
I just wanted you to do it again.
Yeah.
See?
Don't let the door hit you in the backside when you're.
Senator John Fetterman says Donald Trump tapping Matt Gaetz for Attorney General is God tier level trolling. Play Fetterman.
I mean, I would describe it as God tier level trolling to just trigger a full on China syndrome to own the libs in perpetuity.
Yeah, I mean, I said earlier, it's a combination of all of it. I think you can be trolling somebody while still installing somebody that is qualified. I mean, I think, Matt Gaetz, Attorney General, the guy's a lawyer. He's got a good law background, a good education. Same thing with Tulsi Gabbard. I think those are the two trollish type moves that I still again, and I like Gabbard. I think it's a good move. I'm not a fan of Gaetz, but I think he's good at what he does. And you go into these roles, and it's the trolling element. The irony is Gaetz was investigated by the DOJ. Now he's going to be the new Merrick Garland. And then Tulsi Gabbard was placed on a terror watch list, and now she's the director of national intelligence. Karma's a B word, right? I'm telling you that. Well, here's what I do like about this. For the most part, this administration really screams F around and find out. For the most part, there's not a lot of clowns in this administration, right? People that are, I think Pete Hegseth is kick-ass take names, right? Same thing with, Huckabee, Ratcliffe, Tom Homan, maybe the biggest of all. Tom Homan is not interested in scoring any brownie points with the media.
Oh my gosh.
He's just like a bulldozer.
It went viral, I think, yesterday, and people were saying, I guess he's part Scottish, so they were saying he's the modern-day Braveheart, and they had all these memes. It was hysterical.
Yeah, of all the picks so far, Tom Homan, by the way, is my number one pick. I would leave my wife for Tom Homan.
Wow.
I would.
Woo!
It's a true story, folks.
Jesus.
By the way, I got to plug my laptop in. It's dying.
Sunny Hostin admits that she tried to ask Kamala a softball question and it backfired. I cannot believe she admitted this. I guess I can. All right, play Sunny.
Remind people what the question was. It was, what would you have done differently?
I asked the vice president what she would do differently in a Harris administration as opposed to a Biden administration.
And what if anything, she wishes she could have done differently in the past 4 years, or whatever.
Something like that.
Yeah.
I followed up because I was surprised at the answer. Look, I think it wasn't so much about the question, but it was really more about the answer.
Not a thing comes to mind.
Not a thing comes to mind. And that's why I followed up with, is there anything that you would do differently? And the reason I followed up is because, that wasn't a gotcha question. That was a layup, really.
It was an important question, and I think one she should have expected.
That's what I thought. I actually thought it was a chance for her to explain to all the people who are saying, I want a change agent, for her to explain that, of course, she has a different lived experience from President Biden, but they did have one of the most successful administrations in our country.
That's the tricky part.
And I thought she would then say, I would build on the wins that we've had. And
I mean, you cannot run on a platform and a message of joy, hope, and change when you are the current sitting vice president and say you would change nothing when Americans are saying at a rate of about 72%, the country's going in the wrong direction. And it's just the ultimate joy and beauty and bliss that somebody as bitter and angry as Sunny Hostin, who's given Joy Reid a run for the most miserable person on television and maybe perhaps even borderline racist, that she is the one who sank Kamala Harris, and she never intended to.
Yep.
It's like running a fast break in basketball. You gave your teammate a chance for a layup, and they hit the shot clock, and it went out of bounds.
It's such a great point that she was the biggest champion of Kamala Harris. And it may have been, and look, at the end of the day, was it really this question that sank her? No.
But it's a soundbite that will never be unlived.
She will never live that down.
There's no unburdening yourself from that.
And it was Sunny Hostin, or Hostin, whatever her name is, that asked her that question is just glorious. It's just glorious.
Yep. And by the way, did you know, because we've played a few of these clips now, so The View does like a post-game podcast show.
I didn't know
As
that.
if being on television for however, are they on for 1 or 2 hours?
1
hour.
6 people for 1 hour. Jeez, I'd kill to have that layup of a day. It's amazing that they feel the need to give you bonus content in that podcast setting with whoever that guy's probably a producer or whatever, a lackey for them. And he's like, hey, we're going to do another 30 minutes. It's like the Bill Maher overtime part, right, on HBO, which, by the way, actually, in Bill's defense, some of his best content comes from that.
Yep, agreed. One more. James Carville argues that it will take multiple election cycles for Dems to move past the adverse residue of, quote, woke language and attitudes.
Is he predicting Republicans for 8 to 12 years?
I can't. I mean, just election cycles don't merit that. But all right, let's hear what he had to say. 6, go.
I said, I'll give Harris credit. She didn't use any of the woke language, but this is like trying to wash clothes that's got smoke all over them. You can't get the stench out. And you could ask Senators Manchin, Senator Casey, Senator Brown, Senator Tessa, if they don't think that defund the police had an adverse effect on attitudes toward the Democratic Party. My God, you're right. It was so stupid, no one wanted to bring it up, 3 years later, but the residue of it just stuck with us. And you got to read exactly what was said, exactly what I said. And it's going to take more than one cycle to get this stench off of the Democratic Party. And it's a stench of the highest order, let me tell you.
Yeah. Wow. Probably smells way worse than that hotel he's staying in there on Bourbon Street.
At least his cat isn't caged.
Well,
Yeah,
he's in a hotel with his LSU zip up on.
Yeah, Carville sent his cat to my house for a little crate training.
Oh, boy.
It is going to be a long time for them to. Now, look, they're going to win some elections, whether it's, whatever we have coming up in 2026, for sure. It's not like we're going to see it's just a sweep of Republican victories across the board. But until they get away from the demonization of police, the casting of dispersions that white people are inherently racist and evil, bad-mouthing men. I'm sorry, but there's a lot of type A alpha males that vote. You might want to stop saying it's toxic masculinity, because I've said this for a while, and I really believe this. A lot of these left-wing single liberal women that have said white, straight, masculine men are the devil are actually a lot of these women. Now, some of them don't get married, but who do they typically end up marrying? Successful, strong, career-oriented, wealthy men. It's like they're single and they hate what they're not married to. But then eventually when they say it's time to settle down and get married, and single liberal women, you can come at me all you want, because the data is true. They end up, and I'm not saying they marry conservative men, but they end up marrying the men that they vilify in broad stroke with a brush.
Where's that data?
Oh, well, we talked about it a few weeks ago. I gave it to you. It was from not the UK. What's the other one over there in England? Not the Guardian. Is it the Mirror? I forget.
The Mirror is a tabloid.
It's some other website. I forget what it is.
I don't know.
It's true, Dawn. It's true. They don't marry these little bozos. They just work with them in cubicles. And share hand lotion.
Michael Strahan broke his silence after not honoring the national anthem during the broadcast, or so it was alleged.
Oh, this story.
So he took to social media. Well, I mean, he went after a reporter, I guess, or a guy with
Daily
a
Mail
camera.
dude, yeah.
Play Strahan.
Everybody, it's Michael here, and I want to address what happened this past weekend, and I feel like I need to address it because it spilled over to the point where I get out of my car today and I'm ambushed by a media outlet here at my house, which I'm not proud of the way I handled that whole situation, but I think anybody out there can understand the things you're going to do. You're going to protect your family and you're going to protect your home, which is what I felt like I needed to do in that moment. And it all stemmed from this past weekend in San Diego with my Fox crew. 2 days in San Diego with the Navy SEALs and with all the other sailors there. And then a 2-hour show praising the military and all that they've done for us, celebrating Veterans Day. And we had our national anthem. I didn't have my hand over my chest. Everyone thought he's protesting. He's making a statement, which is so far from the truth. I have nothing to protest. I have no statement to be made. The only statement that should be made and that I want to make is I love the military. I've always loved the military, and I will always love the military. I do so many programs to help veterans and soldiers. I grew up on a military base with a father who's a major in the Army. My brother, my sister, my cousins, they all served in the military. I'm a military brat. And so the fact of somebody saying that, I'm unpatriotic couldn't be any further from the truth. And if you want the truth, I'll tell you the truth, is that I was caught up in the moment. I'm looking at all these young sailors standing there at attention before the national anthem played, and I'm thinking to myself, how incredible. How incredible to be that young and to know that you want to do this. Like, it's such a commitment, but you're willing to commit to something that you know gives us our freedoms. Plain and simple. I'm just sitting there in amazement, in which I'm always amazed because I don't take it for granted no matter where we go around the world, from Afghanistan to all the military institutions here in this country. And by the time I looked up from that moment, all my 5 guys had their hands over their hearts, the national anthem playing. I somewhat panicked, and I'm like, do I be the fool that puts his hand over his heart after? Or do I just stand here with my hand in front of me respectfully? Which that's what I did. That's what happened. And if that offended any of our military and veterans, I apologize to you, because that was never my intent. I'm a product of the military, a proud lover of the military, and a proud lover of all those who served before, now, and who will serve in the future.
As I said the last couple of days we talked about it, I'm always willing to defer to those who probably have a bigger right to be offended, and that would be those in the military. I know we've had some people in the YouTube chat that said I'm a military vet, and it didn't bother me. I think worst case scenario, it's an aloof moment where he might have been not paying attention, and maybe he should have done that. But as I largely said, to me it was a nothing burger, and I knew he had a military upbringing as with his family, so I don't know. To me, I think it's and by the way, the video that went viral on X that was shared by everybody was some random guy that recorded it, and it was like literally 3 seconds long that got circulated on social media. Now, we've played you the actual broadcast feed. The New York Post showed like a 30-second clip, but like, again, just stop overreacting to stuff. We can't be this society that says, "Oh, suck it up, free speech," blah 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 blah. And then when we're like, "Oh my God," there's a moment where Michael Strahan had his hands crossed in front of his crotch. Like, you want to lose your mind over that? Knock yourself out.
All right, we have to break.
I need a break. When's Thanksgiving coming up?
It's late this year, as Greg said earlier.
A week and a half or something.
Yeah.
Something like that.
All right, 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Bobby Kennedy, a little worried about Donald Trump's diet, even though Trump will probably outlive me by 25 years.
Great story.
Kayal and Company, back after this.
It's so important. Security, safety, privacy. I'm always concerned about it, as you well know. And if you want to keep your searches private and out of any data profiles, the government or legal requests, you need to use DuckDuckGo. Fairly recently, I subscribed to DuckDuckGo's Privacy Pro subscription service, and it is secure. And I did all my due diligence, as I always do on everything. I researched it. But DuckDuckGo, they have their own VPN, and they have a strict no logging policy. In other words, that means they do not store any data that could connect you to your online activity. I love that. I've been talking about DuckDuckGo for years. They've been around, as you know, since 2010, millions of users, and now subscribers who love it. I love it. Privacy Pro from DuckDuckGo is a 3-in-1 privacy subscription service. So it helps you protect your personal info from ever being scammed. Privacy invasive companies, helps protect you from being exploited by any of these scumbags on these creepy sites that I talk about all the time. Plus, it's from DuckDuckGo, which as you know, I've used it. I have the app right here on my phone. And so the VPN really secures your Wi-Fi connection anytime, anywhere. So last night, we were out and about, at the theater, running around Philadelphia until I say late last night. But I love the fact that my Wi-Fi connection, no matter where I am, it's secure. And for work, I'm always on the go, whether it's work with the kids, with my husband, across state lines, wherever that is, in a hotel. I don't have to worry about that thing that pops up on your phone and says, not a secure connection. And it's looking at you like, I dare you. And a lot of people think, oh, what could possibly go wrong? And that's where DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro really comes in. By the way, they have identity theft restoration. This is amazing. So if your identity gets stolen, DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro is going to help you to restore it. As far as personal information removal, and this is an awesome feature here. And by the way, this is for desktop devices on your Mac, whether you use Windows. And so as somebody who's on the airwaves for years now, on TV news, on talk radio here, DuckDuckGo Privacy Pro gives me peace of mind. I can tell you that, because nowadays, think about this, we're all public people, aren't we? With social media. And you can search your name online. You may be very surprised at what you find. All those sites selling information about you. It feels like such a privacy invasion. This is where Privacy Pro comes in, because they're going to help you remove your own personal information from those weird, creepy sites that I can't stand. And so they can't share it anymore, sell it. So get all this for $9.99 a month as my listener. You go to duckduckgo.com/1210. You're going to get an exclusive 7-day free trial on me. Please just try this out at no cost. 7-day free trial. DuckDuckGo.com/1210. Tell them Dawn sent you.
We will make our NFL picks at the end of the show today for the Eagles and Commanders. We'll do that about 9:55 this morning. But right now, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, is talking about the NBA, because FanDuel's giving everyone 3 months of NBA League Pass. All you have to do is place any $5 bet on the NBA and get 3 months of NBA League Pass, courtesy of FanDuel. All you have to do is go to FanDuel.com/Greg to make every moment more this season. FanDuel.com/Greg. Make every moment more with FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of the NBA and 1210 WPHT. 21 and over, President PA. After a 3-month free trial, the full price of a League Pass will be automatically charged monthly. Cancel anytime. No refunds. Terms, restrictions, and embargoes apply. Limit 1 pass per customer. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Woohoo! Another girls' night out. I'm so stressed from shopping, I couldn't find anything. Have you tried shopping jewelry television, JTV? I don't know. Everyone in my family is so different. JTV has thousands of jewelry styles, artisan, diamonds, pearls, colored gemstones, watches, even gift sets. I shop on TV and online.
New JTV customers save up to $40 when you shop jtv.com/radio.
Now, can you relax? Yes. Another round? Yes.
What do you call the NordVPN Black Friday deal, huh? The Block Friday deal. Because you block online threats. Black Friday, Block Friday. Get it? It's hilarious. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal and block online threats now. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic. Its Threat Protection Pro tool will defend you against web trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the special Black Friday deal at NordVPN.com and enjoy safer internet daily. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
Do you have shoeboxes full of old videotapes and photos with memories you'd love to share with the family this Christmas? Right now, get exclusive early access to Legacy Box's biggest deal of the year. Digitize your memories for just $9 per tape. That's right, only $9 to preserve and share your precious moments. VHS, VHS-C, Hi-8, film reels, and more, saving you over $15 per item. Not to mention, when you digitize your memories now, Legacy Box sends all your memories back on the cloud, so they're easy to access by Christmas, and you can relive them with your family just in time for the holidays. You've heard about Legacy Box all year, but now is the best time to digitize your memories. Hurry, this $9 deal won't last long. Head to legacybox.com/value for early access to our best deal of the year. Don't wait. Secure your digitized memories by Christmas at legacybox.com/value.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-511-3535. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-511-3535. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-511-3535. 800-511-3535 or biglou.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, hello, good morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your Thursday. We're coming up on the fourth and final hour. If you're just joining us now, where the hell have you been? But that's the beauty of this show and the platform and all the different outlets that you can consume us on. You can get us whenever it suits and fits your schedule, right? Odyssey app, rewind feature. You can go back and watch the show while you're eating dinner. I don't know. Seems like good family time. I would just sit down, pull out the pot roast with the kids and mom and, pull up the laptop, watch Kayal and Company while you talk about your day, right? How was school? Hold on, honey. Nick's doing a big take. Hold on. Dawn's doing the news, Johnny. We don't need to know what happened in gym class today. We have to get caught up what's going on. It's Kayal and Company. Good to have everybody in. Cut Sheet Part 2 at 9:30. Morning Mystery Movie Clip 9:20. We'll get to a big 3 from Dawn in the 9 o'clock hour as well. Plus, our Veteran Spotlight World War II edition continues. Just under an hour from now, Michael Steinberg, who is one of our great reps here, is going to share the tales and the story of his grandfather. And this one could be the best one yet because I've got so much information in front of me about his story, and I was reading it last night, and it's just remarkable, and you will hear that live coming up right around roughly 9:40 or so. But I do want to wrap with this story. This is fascinating, and we've talked about Trump and his diet, and we've been comparing ages and health statuses and cognitive decline with Joe Biden and things like that. And we know that Trump's brother had an alcohol issue, and Trump is not somebody that imbibes in, alcohol, or he doesn't smoke cigarettes. He doesn't do drugs. But his vice is fast food, right? I think we all kind of have one. We all have our guilty pleasure. Mine's a cocktail or 7. Trump likes Big Macs and Diet Cokes. And that apparently was brought up when Bobby Kennedy was doing a podcast, the Daily Beast reporting that Bobby Kennedy was on I don't know, everybody has a podcast, so I don't even know who this is. Joe Polish, the Joe Polish podcast, the Polish podcast, where RFK Jr. said the stuff that Trump eats is really, really bad. Campaign food is always bad, but the food that goes into that airplane is like poison. You have a choice between, you don't have the choice. You're either given KFC or you're given Big Macs. That's when you're lucky. And then the rest of the stuff I consider kind of inedible. Trump widely reported and criticized for his love of McDonald's, Big Macs, and Diet Cokes. During his previous stint in the Oval Office, Trump would use a button to alert a butler to bring him his favorite chilled soft drink while he would be going through paperwork. Like when I wake up from my nap, I admit I drink a And that's the other thing. That's the other difference between Trump and I. He never sleeps. According to this report, Trump can go up to 48 hours without sleeping, which is remarkable.
Like me.
I know. You guys are unbelievable. You guys are like a vampire.
It's a Gemini thing.
You guys live off of caffeine. I get 7 hours of sleep plus a 90-minute nap, and I still need a Red Bull and coffee. And apparently Trump loves all of this stuff. So here's the thing with this, and I think, Dawn, you have mentioned it in the past. It comes down to genes, right? Like, I mean, I go to the gym 4 or 5 days a week. I don't eat bad. My one vice is I like to have cocktails. But my genetics, my history, my dad was dead at 60. My grandfather dropped dead of a heart attack. He was a boxer at 46. So I already know, and we've documented this on the show. It's been chronicled. I'm dead by 62. There's no question. There's no question. So I'm never going to even see Social Security or a 401k or my dream of Florida.
It's funny when we say it. It's not funny when you say it.
I know.
And look, I believe only the good die young.
Here's the thing about alcohol, I will say.
Yeah.
And this is why, so for Trump or for anybody, so alcohol stops your body from burning fat.
Yep.
It releases like these hormones or enemies of the body that make you feel hungry.
Mm-hmm.
And there are all kinds of things that alcohol triggers. Plus, it immediately not immediately, like 3 hours in, turns to pure sugar.
Right.
And so that's why they say even one drink an evening or two at night before you go to bed is a bad idea. They even say, like, for people who like to have a little cocktail, don't have the cocktail maybe Sunday through Thursday nights.
Yeah.
Just do it, on a Friday evening or a Saturday.
Which is
make
what
it
I try
special.
to do.
Yeah.
I know everybody has the assumption that I drink every night. It's not a true story. I probably only 2 or 3 nights a week, or 2 or 3 nights total. Usually like a Tuesday, a Friday, and a Saturday is typically when I
Tuesday. What?
Yeah. The work week's still a little bit of grind. I have one on Tuesday night.
Okay.
And then Friday, Saturday, I have a couple. Yeah.
But there's a direct link. I think that's part of with Trump, because you say, how can he possibly? Because we all saw it when he was in Bucks County here. Like he was like a kid in a candy store. He was so happy,
Which is
to be at the
wild.
McDonald's because he was like, I'm in heaven.
This report also says that people in his inner circle have never seen him drink water. Honest to God, you can ask my wife because we buy it at Sam's Club. I drink 3 liters of alkaline water a day.
There's videos of him drinking water. They're hysterical because he drinks very oddly.
Yeah, it's got an elitist sip to it.
No.
Right?
He
guzzles.
He double there's videos of him like double handling water.
Like he's picking up a bowl of soup?
Yeah, it's just he drinks water really oddly.
Well, maybe that's why he doesn't do it in public, because people. I mean, the man gets critiqued for everything, right? So no wonder he doesn't want to drink water or eat on camera.
That must be why.
Because everybody's going to critique him for every little thing. Because we're all obsessed with Trump.
He's so put upon.
No, I'm saying, think about it. Anything he says, anything he does, people are obsessed with it.
Right. He's
including us.
He's a larger-than-life figure and personality, and you're under that spotlight. I get it. But I would love to just talk to a health expert. If we have any health people out there that are truly qualified. So if I were to say for the rest of my life, okay, I'm either going to have drinks 2 or 3 nights a week, or I'm going to eat McDonald's and fast food as frequent. And I don't know how often. Maybe Trump only has it once a week. I get pizza once a week, right? It's not going to kill you if you eat fast food once a week. If you're living off of it, you're going to turn into a blob and you're going to die. It is poison. The preservatives, it's all bad for you, right? But it's all about moderation. The key to life is moderation, right? I would love to know from a health expert out there, if I had to just consume one for the rest of my life, fast food on somewhat of a moderate basis or alcohol on a moderate basis. Who's genes aside, who's doing the better thing, Trump or me? That's what I want to know.
Here's what alcohol, there are all these studies that have been done on this, I'm sorry to say, but alcohol, triggers part of your brain, makes you feel hungry, activates all of these different hormones, not in good ways. It shuts down even one drink a night, even one drink slows down your fat burning process. And so there's that. And it also impacts the way that you can digest or absorb regular nutrients that you need. I mean, overall, nobody wants to hear this, But overall, alcohol on any kind of a regular basis is not good for any of us.
Well,
that's the honest to God's truth. And I look at my dad. I talk about him. I mean, pushing 90.
Yeah.
It's like, and you look at him, and my dad, you know, he walks. He eats pretty healthy, but he loves ice cream. He loves an occasional McDonald's.
Sure.
He is so healthy, and his brain is so healthy. And I think the fact that he quit, he did as a younger person drink and smoke, but has not done so in I don't know, 60 years or something.
Yeah, I think if you cut yourself off with that stuff by your late 30s, you probably have a better chance of living longer. Because you start to see all this stuff add up when you get into your 40s, right? And you start to age a little bit, and your body just doesn't recover, and you have inflammation. But you've seen these other stories that come out all the time. These studies of a glass of wine a day. Actually, here's the benefits of it. So, you know, we always seem to have these conflicting studies where, too much of it's bad, but, you know, one beer a day or, one glass of Cabernet is actually beneficial in these ways.
But you know what, Nick? I learned so much about food when we did our Italy trip last year, because everybody would, like my husband, when he has red wines, some red wines that are like California wines, he will turn bright red. And we've learned that that's from a lot of the products that they put in there as far as, to keep it. So in Italy, he had none of that.
Yeah.
And we all commented that.
Oh, so his face gets flushed.
Yeah, because of like an allergy.
Okay. Yeah, my face gets flushed too when I cocktail.
Because it's an allergic reaction to some of the chemicals they put in there.
Absolutely.
Whereas in other countries, do they put something in there to keep it fresh or whatever over the? Yes, but not to the extent. We put chemicals in everything here, and we allow it in this country.
Right, and then we mix drinks, too, and that's even the worst part, right? Because then you have the sugar mixtures, and I actually think you're better off just drinking it straight. Like Stocker on a Friday, he just pours a tequila on the rocks. He sits
poison.
out back.
It really
by
is
his fire
poison,
pit.
so moderated.
Mango Mush says, bull ass Dawn.
Really?
I'm Irish. We drink and live until our 90s.
Everybody has different genes, man. Yeah.
Well, maybe that's true, but I will say it depends on what you're drinking. I would say that.
That's right.
And how much you're drinking. And then also, is it just the drinking, or is it that the weight gain that goes along with it?
Right.
And because we know that the number one factor, as Bill Maher famously said, if you ever notice, there are zero obese 90-year-olds. Zero.
Yeah.
They don't exist.
No, they don't. They did something right. All right, 855-839-1210. We'll come back. We'll get a big three from Dawn, our morning mystery movie clip, and all the goodies coming up in the 9 o'clock hour as we continue. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You know, my friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the very latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. I'm talking about Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and so much more. These models have sleek new designs as well as innovative features powered by the very latest in technology. And Piazza has thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles that are available right now across their Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey dealerships. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Yes, it does. Visit them. PiazzaPremiumAutos.com, Piazza, PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
You may have heard, Wawa has pizza. And right now, Wawa has pizza at a really great price.
Wawa has personal pizza for a night of gaming.
And it's only $6.
Wawa has pizza for when we don't want to cook.
And a 14-inch is $8.
Wawa has pizza for after practice.
A 16-inch to feed the team, $10. Right now, get a personal 14 or 16-inch Wawa pizza for just $6, $8, or $10. Wawa has pizza for all at a really great price.
This Merrill Reese update is brought to you by PNC Bank. Brilliantly boring since 1865.
Is there anything better than an Eagles NFC East showdown? Birds and the boys fill the bill. But as we saw Sunday, the boys, especially without Dak, can have their own showdown with the Giants. Tonight's the night. Quarterback Jaden Daniels and the back-to-relevance Washington Commanders are in town. Is it do or die? No, not with 6 games remaining, but it should be fun. With the Eagles, this is Merrill Reese. Sticking to the fundamentals and not wavering from the game plan is a great philosophy for football and banking. And for nearly 160 years, the dedicated PNC teams are in formation to help fans receive sound and reliable, personalized financial advice to get them across the goal line. Because as they see it, a win for them is a win for the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
First time seeing my son, I feel like my life did a 180. He really a definition of like why he loves somebody.
Through all of fatherhood's first, never stop being a dad. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
WPHT, WPHT-HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, everyone. This is Dom Giordano here with my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. Dr. Bentz, we've talked about your cutting-edge, state-of-the-art care. Why is that so vital?
It sure helps me diagnose and elevate the level of care I can offer if I'm using the latest technology. I use it on a normal, everyday basis, and I can see things that it's just missed. It's not misdiagnosed, but you can't see something that your equipment won't allow you to. So I feel that if I can't utilize what's out there, and it takes a lot to be trained on it, feel comfortable, that can work for everyone. Not just these advanced cases, but it gives you a very consistent, efficient, and predictable result.
Dr. Bentz and the team at Bentz Dental Group provide solutions for the most complex dental cases. Call Dr. Bentz today at 610-272-6949 or visit BentzDentalGroup.com. Bentz Dental Group, say it with a smile.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212. Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Need to hire quality candidates fast? You need Indeed. Their video interview tool makes it easy and effortless to meet with candidates. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Wawa's Hot Turkey is back, and it's bringing the comforting flavors of the season with it. Sink into savory stuffing, cozy up with sweet cranberry sauce, and relax into some warm, buttery mashed potatoes. Grab your pillows and blankets because Hot Turkey is back. Plus, get your cozy cravings satisfied from the comfort of your bed with $0 delivery when you order on the Wawa app. Try the Wawa Gobbler today in a hoagie or bowl for a limited time. Gotta have a Wawa.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Holy cow. Kayal and Company, 9:06. Thursday morning as we continue. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Morning mystery movie clip coming up in about 13 minutes. What's on the cut sheet part 2. Our veteran spotlight. Our McCausland Eagles locks of the week. Eagles Commanders tonight. How about that? Not too often that you get a really good marquee game on a Thursday night. Sure beats watching like Panthers and the Giants or something. Send all those bad teams over to London. Let them stay there. Loser doesn't come back. Send them to Munich. You want to keep growing the game with bad teams, ship them all out. Eagles Commanders tonight. Will make our picks coming up in just a little bit. What happened today in music history as well. That's on the way. But before we get to all of that, let's get to some of the news. It's been a while since we checked in on what's going out there, going on beyond just the politics of the day. And we'll find out what Dawn has lined up at 9:07 for her Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal and Company.
Number 1, in our big three, an issue that we've talked a lot about in Bucks County. And so they have officially fully reversed the ban on biological males playing with biological girls in girls' sports or locker rooms or restrooms.
Okay.
And this has to do with Bucks County public schools.
Now, what is the reversal here, just so we're aware?
Okay.
So dudes are not allowed to be with women? Or
So in this one, the school board, this is the Democrat-controlled school board.
so this is going in the wrong direction.
So in the and when you read the headlines, you have to kind of do a reversal mode, right, with our brains. We have to go, wait a minute, what is this?
Right.
Because they call it, they're saying that they have reversed or retired, and I'm quoting here, a ban on transgender athletes. And they say that this is a human rights issue for transgender athletes.
Right, at the expense of biological females.
And that's the argument here.
Yeah.
And so Republicans in Central Bucks and other areas, obviously, and this is a big issue that we've talked about, they said that they want to respect the rights of biological girls and women in sports, in locker rooms, in bathrooms. And so they in the past, the Republican-controlled school board in Bucks and elsewhere, they felt that they wanted to protect girls, and they could find ways, obviously, to make sure that everybody's rights are protected and that nobody should be bullied or discriminated against. But in this way, they've said that and this is a formality that I'm reporting to you, but it touched off a lot of debate this week in community meetings and so on, because they're saying that if you are a biological male and you identify as a female, even though you have all of your male parts, that you can go to whatever bathroom you choose, whatever locker room you choose, whatever sport you choose, and that's your right. And that if a biological girl, feels in any way violated by that, then that's her problem.
Oh, yeah. It's tough luck, go pound sand. That's great. That's just great. I just saw the other story with this out west. The Mountain West Conference, one of the major conferences in college athletics, is now suing over trans athletes' rights because I think 12 female volleyball players feel like they're being violated, which I believe they are. So basically, they've established a precedent in Bucks County that you can claim to be whatever you want to be and go wherever you want.
Yes.
Okay.
And so in this one, I will tell you when Riley Gaines was in Montgomery County, what was that, a month ago at this point, and there were parents, like I've reported on this, that they didn't even want me to, because I was photographing and videoing, they didn't want to be on video because they've been so bullied, or they fear that maybe their kids will in some way be discriminated against in some way. So they asked the question, well, what about the federal funding under the current administration? Obviously, this all goes away in the Trump administration, as he's promised. But right now, schools fear that they will lose under the Title IX newly signed rules that went into effect under the Biden-Harris administration. They fear that they would pull the federal funding. And so what Riley Gaines said was, you know what? Take them up on that. Call them out on the dare. Because, and I will tell you about Riley Gaines, this is an issue that nobody talks enough about, that these suburban parents, especially moms, but dads too, and grandparents, nobody talked about it. This is a huge issue that goes under the radar for some reason, but Riley Gaines predicted, and rightfully so, that this was an issue people were voting on. They just don't want their girls.
It's a common sense view. It's not transphobic. It's not homophobic. It's not radical ideology. There's two genders, and there's a reason why we created women's sports. Because a lot like with the Pete Hegseth argument, men have a higher lung capacity, higher muscle strength, and that is why we have a separation of men and women's sports. It's very simple. The Gallup poll back in 2023, I believe, the last one I looked at, said that 79% of Americans believe that men should not be in female sports bathrooms or locker rooms. It's the majority. Again, here it is again, identity politics and all this woke nonsense. Most Americans don't subscribe to it, yet we're catering to the fringes again, right? In Bucks County, of all places. Polymarket, by the way, gives Trump a 65% chance of banning transgender athletes in sports. as far as competing in women's sports.
No, it's 100%. It's not. I don't think it's even 65%.
Well, he said he was going to do it, right?
He has
it's
said
part of his 20-point agenda. Right?
Said it to us during an interview.
That's right, he did.
And he's repeatedly said it.
Yep.
And so it's 100%. You can lock that in.
Yeah.
That he is going to reverse this overreaching Title IX policy. There's no question in my mind. And by the way, this is not about bullying or discrimination or anything of that nature. And but I applaud Riley Gaines on this because what she said was call their bluff. In other words, if they're going to pull your federal funding, which at the end of the day is not even all that much when you look at it, but call their bluff on it. And as far as the lawsuits, and that's what Riley Gaines had talked about, the one successful measure has been these lawsuits. Because when you go to court and you show the injuries that these women in sports or girls in sports have sustained, it is tangible evidence of the danger that and the risk that they're being put into.
Yeah, and if it's such a trendy thing, why do I never see any biological females transitioning to become a man and then they participate in men's sports? It's always the other way around, and it's never a decorated male athlete. It's always a middle of the road to subpar male athlete that can't hack it with the dudes. Then all of a sudden goes and says he's a female and he wants to compete in female sports. Right? We remember the Riley Gaines, Paula Scanlon story, Leah Thomas. On down the list. And even it shouldn't even have to resort on to the physical injuries that a biological female could suffer at the hands of a biological male. What about the mental and emotional anguish, right?
Yeah.
And what about losing out on a scholarship or winning a district championship in high school or a state championship? Hey, I came in second place. Oh, that's great, honey. Yeah, but the person that beat me was a dude. What? How? Oh, well, that's wrong. That doesn't make any sense. You are transphobic. No, I'm just common sense, man. That's all.
Yep.
Yeah. All right.
So we'll continue to follow that one and see how that goes in Bucks County. We have a study on, because Nick, you were bringing up RFK Jr. You were talking about the health of somebody like Trump who likes fast food but does not drink or smoke. Well, now there's a new study, and it tells you which type of coffee is most linked to cancer.
Oh, now coffee's bad.
Yeah, which type of coffee is healthier? So it appears from this latest research that any instant coffee is deemed by these researchers as, let's say, the most likely to cause some type of cancer.
Now, what would be instant coffee? What does that even mean?
That's where it's not brewed. I guess it's not brewed. It's like you just add a little water and stir.
Yeah, that's fake. Yeah, it's trash. I don't drink that anyway.
So it's the processing of it.
Okay. So what we're doing down here in the kitchen is good.
I think.
Yeah, we're coming out of a big machine. Right?
It's McGill University researchers, and there are a bunch of them, a bunch of different universities got together looking at coffee, but they're saying the best kind of coffee is that is brewed from real coffee beans.
Yep.
It's basically the least processed coffee.
Yeah.
That's the answer.
We've got the real beans down there. We got the Peru blend, the Honduras blend.
Ooh.
Love it.
And espresso-based coffees, by the way, which include cappuccinos, lattes, or other types of espresso, they're thought to be beneficial to our brains, and they're actually linking that to reduced risk of Alzheimer's.
Okay. Very good to know.
Drink coffee.
Yeah. I drink mine black anyway, so I don't do sugar.
And that's good for you, too.
Yeah, I don't even do cream anymore.
Number 3, I have to go to Tom. I love Tom Brady. Well, guess what?
Who doesn't?
Giselle Bunchkin.
You don't like Brady?
No.
Oh,
I love Tom Brady.
Not as a broadcaster.
Brady roast was...
No. I just loved him as a quarterback.
Horrible.
Well, his ex, remember at the Brady roast, how they were saying that, yo, dude, you hired an expert in personal defense or whatever, and he ends up being with your wife.
Oh yeah, she was with the jiu-jitsu dude.
Yeah. So Brady hired that jiu-jitsu expert. And by the way, she's now showing a baby bump. She's pregnant.
Yeah, it's funny you say that.
They're having the bibba.
You know, there's a lot of speculation and rumors out there that AOC's pregnant.
Yeah, I've seen that. That clip we played, a lot of people were speculating because she had a very
full face.
And she had a loose shirt on, like it looked like one of those button-up shirts that may have been her boyfriend's husband's, Riley's, whatever that guy's,
Yeah, the guy that she held hostage in the Instagram video.
Yeah.
You will read what I wrote, Riley, and then I will have your baby.
So, you're right. Social media erupted with it. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Yeah.
But it's unsubstantiated. I don't believe, even though it's been a buzz on social media, like Giselle Bundchen is like clearly has a baby bump and she's showing it off.
Can we stop getting our news from Twitter?
But Bundchen is confirmed. I'm just saying that AOC is they're claiming that she's hiding her pregnancy for political reasons. Is AOC, did she marry Riley? They were engaged. I don't know when if they got married. I don't even know.
No idea.
Yeah.
But in any event, that's the rumor, but no, I'll look for that.
Yeah. All right. So Giselle's got a baby on the way, and Tom Brady's an awful broadcaster, but he's got a 10-year, $375 million contract from Fox. That must be nice. You talk about government efficiency. Again, we need broadcast efficiency. Somebody needs to go in and say, who at Fox thought Tom Brady was worth 30? They thought he was worth more as a broadcaster than a quarterback.
There's something about, I'll just say this. I think that it makes Tom Brady, I don't know, more like vulnerable. The fact that he allegedly got cheated on and dumped. Do you know what I'm saying? And they were vicious to him at that roast, which I know roasts are. But now that she has like the baby bump and having a baby with this guy, I think that people will like him even more, like sympathize with him.
Well, the rumor is that he spent just too much time obsessing over football and not enough
So he was too hardworking of a guy and deserved to be cheated on.
Well, not that he deserved. No, nobody deserves that.
No.
But that he just didn't really pay much attention to Giselle, and she decided to go elsewhere.
All right,
I'm not defending. I'm just saying.
I asked
that's what
Bridget
I heard.
Moynihan, his first wife, and the one he has his other.
They were
child
never
with,
married. They were never married, and
what a good guy he is.
She has said that they were never married. They broke up. That they did break up, and that she didn't even know she was pregnant when they broke up. And they're actually buddies. They're friends, and they're co-parent. Well, allegedly. I don't know.
Nick Foles would never have done this to.
No.
There's just neither would Eli Manning.
I needed to pop this Brady love fest. It's just gross.
It's not gross.
I only love him as a quarterback. That's it.
Oh yeah,
I mean love him. He's a killer.
A good guy. Will you stop?
He's the GOAT. He's the GOAT of
greatest of all time.
Yeah.
He just loses the bat. He beats all the good quarterbacks in the Super Bowl, but he loses to Nick Foles.
They're jealous.
No, I'm not jealous. He's not a. He's just,
I
he has a very
jealous.
punchable face.
Oh, he definitely. He's got the Gates hair.
Yeah.
What's up with that Florida spike?
Because he's good looking. That's why he has a punchable face.
No, not at all. That's not.
And
that's
he has
not
good
true.
hair.
That's not true.
We should actually go through politicians that have the most punchable faces. That'd be a great exercise. Ted Cruz is number one.
We don't want anybody to be punched.
No, just
Matt Gaetz is two.
You get Gates is up there, yeah. Newsom. There's a lot.
Newsom, definitely Newsom.
Gavin, yeah, another guy with the stuff. The quaff.
Yep.
Quaff.
That's your big three.
There you go, Dawn.
Boom.
Thank you very much. Boom. That's right. 9:21 as we continue. This is, Jimmy Kelly was so excited to tell me about this today. He actually came in at 5:30. He's like, I got the movie clip. And I'm like, dude, that's in 4 hours. I haven't even had my egg sandwich yet. Let's find out what Jimmy Kelly has in the hopper.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The first night that Pat and I met at my sister's, the Eagles beat the 49ers handily 40-26.
She's right, Dad.
The next time we went for a run, the Eagles beat the Falcons 27-14.
Let me think about that. Wait a minute.
Well, why don't you think about when the Eagles beat the Seahawks 14-7?
He was with you?
He was with me. We went for a run.
Really?
There have been no games since Pat and I have been rehearsing every day, and if Pat had been with me like he was supposed to, he wouldn't have gotten in a fight. He wouldn't be in trouble. Maybe the Eagles beat the New York Giants.
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
I mean, come on. You got to know that. Plus, it's a game day in Philadelphia. It's very simple. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. You'll win a copy of Letters to Trump, the book. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. Copy of the book, Letters to Trump. If you can identify that Eagles-based movie When we continue, we'll get our winner, a little bit of the cut sheet perhaps, and then our buddy, our pal, our colleague, Michael Steinberg, is going to be in studio with us to talk about his grandfather as we continue highlighting the greatest generation of all time. It's our World War II Veteran Spotlight, all brought to you by the good folks at Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. Back after this.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here to tell you why Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com. That's familyjewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
Prescription products require completion of an online consultation with an independent healthcare provider and are only available if prescribed. Subscription required. Additional restrictions apply. See website for more details and safety information.
Did you know millions of people are getting prescription medications for weight loss, sexual health, better sleep, and more, all online? RexMD.com has made getting these medications fast and easy, with free delivery of the most popular medications right to your door. Just fill out a brief survey, and if appropriate, we'll prescribe and ship clinically proven options to help with issues like weight loss.
I've lost 45 pounds so far. It's nice to get back into clothes that I haven't been able to wear for a long time.
We can also help with insomnia.
I slept through the whole night. It made me feel very well rested and ready to go for the day.
And RexMD can improve your sexual health.
I felt like a young man again. My wife is happier. I am definitely much happier.
At RexMD.com, we've made the process fast, easy, and affordable. Visit RexMD.com right now to get started. That's REXMD.com.
Stirring fiber, exercising, frequent trips to the store for more laxatives and fiber. Sounds like your constipation with belly pain is a lot to manage. But if your symptoms that keep coming back are signs of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, ask your doctor how Linzess can help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Medicare is making important changes in 2025. Independence Blue Cross can help. Our Medicare Advantage plans include premiums as low as $0, dental, vision, hearing, and prescription drug coverage. The deadline to enroll is December 7th. Visit ibxmedicare.com/radio. Independence Blue Cross offers PPO, HMO, POS, and HMO Medicare Advantage plans with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Independence Blue Cross PPO, HMO, POS, and HMO Medicare Advantage plans depends on contract renewal.
In a world filled with financial information, Citizens can help you make sense of it. So whether you're listening to that new financial podcast that's hotter than your morning coffee, flipping through that financial guru's 1,000-page book on simple finances, or getting tips from a coworker that actually sound kind of interesting, you're ready to make the most of it. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Learn more at citizensbank.com/made ready.
Have you heard all the talk about fresh pet food? Well, at Dogs and Cats Rule, when it comes to fresh, healthy ingredients, we lead the way. Hi, I'm George Parenti, and I'm here to tell you there's nothing better nutrition-wise than fresh food for your pet. Stop in to one of our 7 neighborhood locations and ask our expert staff how a real, fresh, meat-based diet can change your pet's overall health and well-being. Shop online at dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Did you know the other day somebody posted a picture of my old house on the internet? It scared me and my family, but luckily it was my old house. See, I signed up for Privacy Pro from DuckDuckGo, and this is essential because as part of it, it's personal information removal. I'm so glad I signed up. Personal information removal helps find and remove your personal information like name, email, and yes, your home address from data broker sites or people search sites that store and sell it. And that helps to combat identity theft and spam. Plus, you want the privacy in this day and age, don't you? Of course you do. So just go to duckduckgo.com/1210 right now and sign up for a week on us, a 7-day free trial, and then it's only $9.99 a month. And it includes a VPN, which you need when you're online no matter where you are, and also identity theft restoration. It is the 3-in-1 Privacy Pro solution you absolutely need, and that's why I signed up for it. duckduckgo.com/1210, duckduckgo.com/1210.
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
There's breaking news all day long from around the world, and sometimes all that noise makes it hard to hear about what's happening right here at home. With the free Odyssey app, getting your local news plus breaking news is easy. And even when you're not near a radio, stay connected with what's going on right here by listening live and push alerts. Just download the free Odyssey app and search and follow your local news station, and you're good to go. The local breaking news to get you through your day at your fingertips on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
Mustard.
9:30, Kayal and Company on a Thursday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Whole lot of good things to get to before we get out of here this morning. What's on tap for the Dawn Show? What occurred today in music history? Our veteran spotlight coming up here in just a couple of minutes. And perhaps a cut or two before we highlight the great generation of our World War II heroes. Not many left, and it's been an absolute pleasure to chat with all of them, whether it's firsthand or through family members that are also veterans or that just have tremendous stories to share. And we will do that with Len Steinberg, courtesy of our buddy Michael Steinberg, his grandson, coming up in just a few minutes. But we do have Joe in Westchester. He has identified our movie clip. He's got a copy of Letters to Trump, and he's with us this morning. Joe, what movie did we just play for you, sir?
The Silver Lining Playbook.
That is correct. Silver Lining Playbook. And congratulations. You've got the copy of Letters to Trump, the book. How's that sound?
It sounds good. Go Birds.
Go Birds. By the way, Joe, you want to make a prediction for the game tonight? We're going to do ours coming up shortly. You got a score for me?
Sure. 27-24 Birds.
27-24 Birds.
Hang on, I'm writing this down. 27-24.
There you go.
And that's Joe
in Westchester. 27-24 Eagles. Cool. All right. We'll do ours coming up shortly, courtesy of McCausland Lock and Alarm. But right now, we get to what's still hanging around in the hopper. It's What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
Part 2. I've been sitting on this for a couple days, and I want to play it now. Phil, this is Cut 2. So this happened at a school in Chicago, an inner city school, where a bunch of students, youngsters, are arguing about the election, Kamala Harris and Trump, and this young African American boy is just not having any of it from his fellow students, especially when talking about what rights are going to be taken away.
Okay.
Let's just play a little bit of this, Phil.
What right is he taking away from women? He don't like your race. He will spit on you. What right is he taking away from women? He don't like y'all. He don't like none of us. He don't even like his own race. What right is he taking away from women? Y'all still not answering my question. I've been asking for like 5 minutes. What was the answer? Y'all brought up education once I asked that question. Because y'all don't try to talk about it. Y'all just go on Twitter, look at what they say, and just run with it.
Good. Good. Hey, young Greg Stocker.
He's taking away abortion. He can't even do that.
It's amazing.
Crocs?
Yep.
Sweatpants, sweatshirt, I like it.
Look at the Chromebook. So I want to see what right he's taking. Let me search it up.
Look at this. He's getting up now.
Right he's taking away from women. Let's see what right he wants.
Give me that binder, he said.
Let's watch.
Oh, that's a laptop.
Let's see what he's giving you when he is.
No, what right is he taking away from women?
Let's see what he's doing for.
Because they said that last time. And y'all also said Project 25. He also said publicly he's not going to do no Project 25.
He's a liar. Do you believe him?
This is awesome.
Y'all only want Kamala Harris.
Your body, my choice. That's what did.
Why do you need an abortion? Why do you care about abortion? You're in high school. You're in
high
school.
Our agents get pregnant.
Is you getting pregnant?
Oh, now she's crying.
Is you getting pregnant? Did you get pregnant once?
I shouldn't have to fear that though.
Are you even a? You're probably a virgin. Abortion is never one of y'all lists. We got wars. People trying to have war with us, and y'all worried about abortion. Y'all worried about abortion. Y'all not even having sex. Like, look at y'all.
It don't matter if we was.
This is amazing. Yeah, he needs to be in the cabinet. Yeah,
God bless him.
Yeah, the hell with Hegseth. Get this guy in there. I mean, this guy's got it all figured out already. And then he says, basically, he parrots Stocker.
Can we stop getting our news from Twitter?
He's like, you guys see things on Twitter and just run with it.
It's amazing.
What is his name? We want to have him as a guest.
I know. Could we, I'm not big on guests, but man, we need to get that kid on. He's got to figure it out. Dunking on all of his classmates like that.
It's amazing.
So you're in high school. You're a virgin. What are you talking about?
And he was ready to hit her with the identity politics too, because before she cut him off, he was going to say, "You're only voting for Kamala Harris because she's a female or because she's a black female." He was ready to say that before somebody cut him off.
100%.
Yeah, I saw that floating around for a while. That is a good. I'm glad we got to that.
All right, we should make way for Michael Steinberg.
All right, we'll come back, talk to Michael Steinberg. He's one of our great reps here at Odyssey, Philadelphia, and he's going to talk about his grandfather, Len Steinberg, who was gracing this earth for over 98 years. Born and raised in Strawberry Mansion, section of North Philadelphia. Don talks about it frequently in the news, and we'll talk about his military career and hear from his grandson directly. And we'll do that coming up next here on our Veteran Spotlight, brought to you by Window Nation. Back after this on Kayal and Company.
You know, when it comes to your home, trust is everything. For 45 years, Kitchen Magic has built a reputation for transforming kitchens with such precision and care. From custom cabinets to countertops, backsplashes, to the all-important storage solutions, Kitchen Magic gets the job done fast. In just a few days, your dream kitchen becomes a reality without the hassle. You can trust the name your neighbors have relied on for decades, Kitchen Magic. Get your free in-home consultation now. Go to kitchenmagic.com and get this on the calendar. Let's cook up something extraordinary. kitchenmagic.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Roofing or siding issues? Don't wait. Call Emmons Roofing and Siding.
We provide comprehensive roofing and siding services with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction. And our warranties ensure peace of mind for you and your family.
Protect your home with the best warranties available in the industry.
Call Emmons at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Do you have shoeboxes full of old videotapes and photos with memories you'd love to share with the family this Christmas? Right now, get exclusive early access to Legacy Box's biggest deal of the year. Digitize your memories for just $9 per tape. That's right, only $9 to preserve and share your precious moments. VHS, VHS-C, Hi-8, film reels, and more, saving you over $15 per item. Not to mention, when you digitize your memories now, Legacy Box sends all your memories back on the cloud, so they're easy to access by Christmas, and you can relive them with your family just in time for the holidays. You've heard about Legacy Box all year, but now is the best time to digitize your memories. Hurry, this $9 deal won't last long. Head to legacybox.com/value for early access to our best deal of the year. Don't wait. Secure your digitized memories by Christmas at legacybox.com/value.
Hey, this is Jimmy Fallon in the house, and dig this, folks. This is not a drill. It's the real thing. You can now join me weeknights from 7 to 10 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT or anywhere on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, as we continue, it is a Thursday morning here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch the show live on YouTube as we continue along with our World War II Veteran Spotlight, brought to you by the great folks at Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. As this morning, we are doing this live because we have Michael Steinberg, one of our great Odyssey Philadelphia reps, in studio with us this morning, and he's here to talk about his late great-grandfather, Len Steinberg. Steiny, good to see you. Good to have you in the studio, man.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Yes, absolutely. So you have your grandfather, born in December of 1924, almost reached 99 years old, raised in Strawberry Mansion, section that many people know in North Philadelphia. And he enlists, and he was not drafted, went voluntarily, went underage. That's how much he loved his country. And he joins at the age of 17 in November of 1942. So you've probably heard countless stories. Take us through a little bit of the early years, what led him down this path, and then we'll go through kind of some of the highlights and the aftermath after he got out.
Well, our family was really in its first generation in America, right?
the Jews came over at the turn of the century. So his parents were the first in his family that were born in the United States, but the rest of the family was all from Europe. And, there wasn't social media and the internet, but there were dribs and drabs of what was going on in Europe with fascism and Nazism and anti-Semitism. And that, as much as, wanting to fight for his country, he also wanted to fight for Judaism. And that really inspired him. And he produced a fake birth certificate at the enlistment office, and he volunteered before he was 18 because he really wanted to go.
It's amazing. So you end up going over there. It's 1944. He ends up becoming a prisoner of war. He bails out, never having parachuted before, no oxygen, no training, lands safely in Germany. He's captured as a POW and ends up being basically placed in a prison camp next to Auschwitz. Yeah. I mean, the stories you must have, what you had to endure in that moment, much less the stories upon being freed. I can't imagine what that was like.
And he said that it was, the way that the prisoners were treated, it wasn't necessarily the level that, that the Jews were treated in the concentration camps. But he said it was just unimaginable. I mean, they were transported in trains with 500 people in a car that was made for 300 people, for hours and hours or days and days of transport with, no food, no water, no sanitation. I mean, it was horrible.
It's unbelievable. Some of the personal things are very fascinating. So he ends up obviously getting married to your grandmother, Barbara. They're married 77 years. And he opens up and owns Steinberg Electronics in North Philadelphia for half a century. And ironically enough, one of his customers is 1210 WCAU AM back in the days when Tony Bruno was on 1210, and it was not WPHT, but WCAU. So did he have an electronics background, or was this just a business venture? Was he great hands-on with this type of stuff? Because we have electronic issues every day. If he was still with us, he could come in and fix Stocker's board.
Yeah, no, my family was in the electronics business for 3 or 4 generations. I mean, when he was a kid, he used to build transistor radios. And the funny thing is, so he used to sell parts and accessories to all the radio stations and all the TV stations. And I was just talking to him in the hallway, but our chief engineer, Dave Scalish, who knew I was going to be on today, told me stories because his family was in the business that he used to go to North Broad Street to my grandfather and my father, my family store, to pick up parts.
Wow. Wow, it's just unbelievable. Such a small world. Aftermath, you look at the technology or lack thereof, medicine and science, health and diagnosing and clinicians. It's not like it was, 1945, 1970, where we are today. The advancements are just amazing. But I know we were talking off the air about the mental health of your grandfather, PTSD and things like that. And you had that breakthrough family moment that you were telling me about. Why don't you relay that to the audience, because it's very it's heart-wrenching, actually.
Sure. So just to give a couple top line bullets of what he went through. His plane was he was in the 305th Bomb Group, and they were shot down February 24th, 1944, and 4 people in his plane were killed. His pilot told him to jump. Again, no training, no oxygen, 29,000 feet. Put on the parachute and get out of here, Len. I mean, that was it. There was, and he got heavy flack, but then there was 9 other planes, and he wrote a whole story, and maybe we can post the story online. But it was just an amazing story. Blood frozen on his face, shrapnel all over. Still. Up until his death, he still had shrapnel on his head that they were never able to remove, and he was transported to just several different places, throughout the war, and from prison camp to prison camp, and most of it on foot, right, in the cold, in Germany, and just what he went through, seeing so many of his mates not make it, right, most of them didn't make it, and he really held it in for 50 years.
I have no idea how you can compartmentalize that.
And, PTSD, it was a thing, but it wasn't a thing, right? It wasn't recognized. There was no VA then. And, there were no organizations like the Travis Manion Foundation, who help veterans, reintegrate and create purpose for them. And I remember we were at my grandfather's house. It was, maybe 22 years ago. I think it was shortly before my kids were born. And it was a Sunday night, and we were watching 60 Minutes. And there was a piece about, the greatest generation and World War II veterans and POWs. And he just lost it. Lost it like a wet blanket. My grandfather was the strongest man I've ever seen. I mean, everything that he went through, but he was from a different generation. You bottle it up, right? And he had, it was bottled up for almost 60 years, and he just let it go. And I'll never forget how my grandfather would hold everybody in the family. We're very close. Jewish family. We hug, we kiss. We're very close. And I remember my Aunt Randy holding my grandfather because he just lost it. I'm trying not to lose it right now.
Yeah.
But I think that really sort of opened the door for him to really talk about it. And I think that, the PTSD that he had experienced for 60 years that he bottled up inside, he just sort of let it out. And I think from that point on, he really opened up about his experiences, and it was the best thing, that ever happened for him.
Right.
And he found a veteran group, a support group. He didn't find out about his VA benefits until almost 60 years later.
That's unbelievable.
It was just, but I will tell you that
his 80s?
He was about 80.
Yeah.
But I will tell you that the VA, once he got to the VA, he was 80 years old. But once he got there, they did do a great job. And they have come such a long way. So I do, it was a different time back then, but the VA has done a great job. And then, of course, having, organizations like the Travis Manion Foundation, helping veterans, who went through experiences like that to reintegrate is, it's really important.
Remarkable story. Len Steinberg, born December 17th, 1924, and passed away on Monday, April 3rd of 2023. I think we can probably post some of the firsthand account of the eulogy on social once we clip this and get it up on X and things like that. So just because of time constraints. Great story. Seems like an unbelievable individual, and small world. He ends up doing business with 1210 WCAU. Is that how you got hired here? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Thank you, Steiny.
Thanks, man.
You
Appreciate it.
Michael Steinberg of Odyssey talking about his grandfather, Len Steinberg. All right. We want to go, what do we want to do? Picks first before Phil?
Let's break.
Okay.
Let's break real fast.
Yeah, we'll pay some more bills that Steinberg sells because he sells all the commercials. And we'll come back, wrap it up with Phil, the Eagles picks, and what's on tap for the Dawn Show. And once again, that is our Window Nation Veteran Spotlight. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. Back after this.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-656-1551. That's 800-656-1551. 800-656-1551.
Station WPHT AM, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at this station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations that wish to receive our vacancy information should contact Lisa Morton at WPHT AM by calling 215-234-2400. In addition, all listeners are encouraged to visit odysseyinc.com/careers for an online listing of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
You've got the whole season planned. Shopping list, the dinner parties, who's picking up who at the airport when someone asks, "Why is the heat not coming on?" First you panic. You fill up a swear jar. Then you remember that Horizon Services commercial about their experts being there the same day for any problems and how they'll install a new HVAC system with no payments and 0% interest until 2025. Oh, you stop panicking and realize your swear jar will cover the Horizon visit. Book today at horizonservices.com.
What do you call the NordVPN Black Friday deal, huh? The Block Friday deal. Because you block online threats. Black Friday, Block Friday. Get it? It's hilarious. Get the NordVPN Black Friday deal and block online threats now. NordVPN will encrypt your online traffic. Its Threat Protection Pro tool will defend you against web trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the special Black Friday deal at NordVPN.com and enjoy safer internet daily. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day.
We know you're uncertain about psychics. Is this fortune teller you found on a forum legit?
Your one true love is...
me! That's why California Psychics reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work with us. We guarantee, if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. New customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. So experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT.
Eagles! Eagles!
Yeah, game day in Philadelphia, baby. Time for our McCausland Lock and Alarm Eagle Lock of the Week. As we do this usually on a Friday for an Eagles Sunday, but you know what? They're playing on Thursday Night Football, so we do it now. All brought to you by McCausland Lock and Alarm. Business owners, they count on McCausland Lock and Alarm to secure and control access to their facilities, featuring top-of-the-line equipment, industry-leading customer service, and owner Tom McCausland's wealth of experience. McCausland Lock and Alarm, securing your business, securing your future. Eagles, 3.5-point favorites against the Commanders. The over-under 48.5. I like the Eagles. I said it with Bruno yesterday. I like them decisively. I think they're on a roll now. Nick Sirianni all of a sudden is Vince Lombardi. Jalen Hurts can't make a mistake, and we've got Saquon Barkley. Give me the Eagles 30, the Commanders 17.
I'm going to go differently here. I'm going to take the Commanders in this game. I'm going to take the Commanders 21. The Commanders 21. The Eagles, the Commanders 29. The Eagles 21. Dawn?
Okay.
Oh, here we go. The chicken,
You want me to just go?
The chicken parmesan again.
I know. I'm going to say it's going to be close, even though the Eagles are favored. So I'm going to say 28-27.
All right, Birds by a point. Phil Almquist.
I'm going to go Eagles 28, Washington 21, where they cover.
Okay.
And so there you go.
All right, Eagles cover and an over. There you have
So
it.
Phil and I both agree Eagles will be 28.
Yeah.
I like that.
Stalker's on the Commanders like he was on the Niners 2 years ago. Wait till those tweets start coming in. All right, we'll get to what's on tap for the Dawn Show momentarily. But first, Phil Almquist. He's in the studio for a reason, and it's not for football picks. It's for Today in Music History.
On this day in music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, November 14th, we celebrate the birthdays of Travis Barker from Blink-182, who's 49, Tobin Esperance from Papa Roach, who's 45, Brian Yale from Matchbox 20, who's 56, and James Young from Styx, who's now 75. Heavenly birthday shout-outs to Frankie Banali from Quiet Riot, as well as Alec John Such from Bon Jovi. Sings a Coup Different World by Iron Maiden in 2006. Born to Be My Baby by Bon Jovi, as well as Smooth Criminal by Michael Jackson in 88. Black Magic Woman by Santana in 70, and Rockaway Beach by the Ramones in 77. Albums include Live Rust by Neil Young in 79, Space Oddity by David Bowie in the UK in 69, The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste by Ministry in 89, and Strong Arm of the Law by Saxon in 1980. Also in 75, Queen began their A Night at the Opera tour. In 2004, U2's Vertigo was atop the UK singles chart. In 67, Pink Floyd began their first UK tour. In 87, the Dirty Dancing soundtrack was atop the album chart. And in 83, MJ's video Thriller debuted at the Metrocrest Theater in LA. But lastly, earlier this week, My Chemical Romance announced the 2025 North American Summer Stadium Tour, and they'll be here at Citizens Bank Park performing the entire The Black Parade album on August 15th. Alice Cooper opens, which means I will be going. Tickets go on sale tomorrow. For Kayal Company, I'm Phil Upquist.
I was just going to ask if you're going, and I got the answer.
There it is.
Good thing I held that back. All right, the Dawn Show is coming up at the top of the hour, and we find out what she has lined up from 10 to noon.
So we have so much going on because we have all the developing news of what's going on in Bucks County. We'll talk to a local doctor and get the reaction as to the Central Bucks School Board voting to support trans males without really supporting, advocates say, not supporting girls in sports, and how that shakes out in Bucks. We'll also talk in the 11 o'clock hour to find out the inside scoop on our legislature here in Pennsylvania. You will hear all about that. And coming right up at 10 o'clock, we're going to have Dr. Marion Mass. She's going to talk about why she was on Capitol Hill, why was she was in Congress yesterday, talking about drug pricing and big farming and what's fair to you and supporting your local doctor. So it really is a story that nobody's talking about. Big pharma and local doctors, national doctors, even congressional issues. We'll take it front and center with Dr. Marion Mass. So you want to stay tuned for this.
90 seconds.
There we go. Dawn Show is coming up in a matter of moments. Time to wrap it up. Everybody have a great rest of your Thursday. Enjoy Dawn Show. Enjoy the game tonight. And we'll see you tomorrow morning for a Friday edition at 6 a.m.
Good night, everybody.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Business owners can count on McCausland Lock and Alarm to secure and control access to their facilities. Enjoy peace of mind while their access control and CCTV systems provide top-of-the-line protection for your assets. Tom McCausland's wealth of experience allows McCausland to effectively protect all types of facilities in any environment, and their customer service is unmatched. Call today, 610-430-1500. 610-430-1500. McCausland Lock and Alarm, securing your business, securing your future.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000,